Okay. Is it just me or is the music really loud? I think it's just me, but I'm gonna... Can't really hear myself. And YouTube's telling me like, oh yeah, your audio bitrate is lower even though I've done nothing to it. Seriously, I think YouTube just hates me. It's like we can't we can't handle your stream even though you've done nothing to your settings. It's insane. Anyway, hello everybody. Oh, God, I am tired. Which is insane. But I think there's a reason for that. How has everybody been? It's been a couple weeks. It's been a couple weeks for me. Oh, hi, Cynthia. I was hoping we wouldn't get to you. Is my shuffle off or is... No, it's on. Okay, good. God, I hate the way that I do music. I wish I didn't have to rely on YouTube playlists. But I have to. Anyway. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks for me. But I'll get into that over the intermission because obviously we gotta get to the deck stuff quickly. But what I will say is that I've just completely had a brief. I'm so sorry. I'm telling y'all, even though I've had like 2 straight nights of rest, I still feel sleepy. But yeah, so quick fun fact. So yesterday, obviously, I have to do the math, right? In regards to like, okay, how many Pokemon are we going to be covering in this session, and then how many Pokemon are we going to cover before the intermission, right? And while I was doing that, I did the quick maths, right? It turns out the Sinnoh Dex has a really small dex, let's just say, right? Because remember last stream I was talking about how it's like, oh, the Hoenn Dex has like 134 Pokemon, right? Apparently the Sinnoh Dex has only 106. Which I actually thought was like, whoa, is this the smallest number for our Dex so far? And it turns out, no, it's Johto. So obviously Kanto's the largest at 151. Hoenn is then second largest at 134. And then we have Sinnoh, which is 106. And then Johto, which is 99. But I will say that momentarily confused me of like, wait a minute. How is the Sinnoh Dex so small, but Johto's smaller? But I took forever on Johto. And then I remembered, oh right, regional variants and Mega Evos. Whereas with the Sinnoh stuff, the Sinnoh Dex, I'm trying to remember, are there any Sinnoh Pokemon that have regional variants? And I genuinely can't remember. But, yeah, so the Sinnoh Dex only has 106, which means we'll be covering 53 Pokemon tonight. And, we'll be covering 27 Pokemon in the first half here of our stream tonight, and then the second half will be 26, because 53 does not equal into a nice even number. Who knew? But, yeah, so that was an interesting thing to learn. Sorry, I'm adjusting the mic, because I'm like, am I not coming in as loudly as I should? Oh, God. Sorry, I'm like Sorry, I'm sleepy. Like, my eyes have that feeling to them of just like, I want to go back to bed. Even though it's like, again, I rested pretty nice the night before. Anyway. I think we should head on over to our below to our description so that we can go over the rules. Obviously, I haven't changed them since I put them in last year, but regardless. So, we only have 3 rules, as always. Number 1, keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. Number 2, I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I never played, for example Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and the Sword and Shield DLC will not be covered. Apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. Though, with the rate that I'm going, we may or may not cover ScarVio in, like, maybe 3 years. And then number 3, please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions. And because we're in the Sinnoh region the next couple weeks, oh boy. Like, I think I've made my dislike of Sinnoh pretty clear. But again, I'll go more in depth with that in the next towards the end of the next stream. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Speaking of which, I did get the thumbnail ready. Oh, whoops. I need to get rid of that. Excuse me. But yeah, I did get the thumbnail ready. I actually remembered to change the thumbnail to the appropriate one before stream started. That's an improvement for me. Anyway, so as you can see, we have our tier list here. As a quick recap, let's also go over the tiers. So S tier is, of course, Pokemon that will always be on my team no matter what. Barring, unfortunate circumstances, right? Like, these are the Pokemon that will be my absolute favorites. A tier is for Pokemon that I would love to have on my team, but they may not be good for, Elite Four, champion battles, maybe even gym battles. Like, this is, and believe me, this is probably where you're gonna see, like, my favorite Q Pokemon show up in general here. And then we have the B tier, which you'll notice is divided. What the fuck is this music? Oh, okay. It's just, God, we got so many weird. By the way, before I move on, y'all know I've what's the word? Y'all know that I have playlists of music, for each of the regions. Like we've played the Kanto, the Johto, and the Hoenn playlists. I obviously have playlists for Sinnoh, Kalos. Sorry, not Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. However, I will say the Sinnoh playlist. Oh my god, hi Eric. I'm so sorry. I don't have a pop-up chat ready. I'm surprised you're here. Oh my god. Anyway, the Sinnoh playlist has easily is the longest playlist I have in terms of music. It has 97 videos. It has 97 tracks, which is easily the biggest. I think Kanto only had 40-something, Johto had 50-something, and Hoenn had 70-something. Sinnoh has almost 100. Because everybody loves Sinnoh! Anyway, as I was saying, the B tier is, of course, divided into 2 separate tiers, mainly depending on just how I feel about them. The high B tier is obviously for Pokemon that I think are really good, have a good aesthetic sense, quote-unquote, and I just have really high feelings about. The lower B tier is basically Pokemon that I can agree will be good, and can have a nice aesthetic sense, and it's maybe for special occasions I'll have on my team. I guess a good way to put it is high B tiers for Pokemon that, like, I understand the appeal of. The lower B tier is like, okay, I can see why, but just not my vibes, not my preference. And then C tier is, of course, a Pokemon that, like, are never gonna probably be on my team, no matter what, because of one reason or another. It just depends, I guess. I just saw your DM at a good time. Cool. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? I already have my tabs set up, so I don't have to, like, waste time trying to, get them set up. So, obviously, because we're starting off with the first Pokemon of the Sinnoh Dex. I almost said Hoenn by accident. First up is obviously the Grass Starter. Okay. and my writing software crashes or freezes. We love it here, guys. There we go. Anyway, it's Turtwig. Turtwig. Alrighty. Alright, so Turtwig slash Netoru. Netoru. I'm gonna pronounce that as Nettle, I feel like. Is the Tiny Leaf Pokemon, pure grass type, that evolves into Grotle at level 18, which then evolves into Torterra at level 32, has Overgrow as a regular ability with Shell Armor as a hidden ability. And before I move on to the biology, keep in mind all of this information is available on Bulbapedia for each of the Pokemon in trees. Speaking of which, biology is as follows. Turtwig is a small light green quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a turtle or turtle... Already, my mind is making me read ahead. I almost said turtle. Tortoise. Its eyes, feet, and lower jaw are yellow. Its body is covered by a brown shell that is composed of earth and minerals. The shell has a thick black stripe and a black rim. On a very healthy Turtwig, the shell should feel moist. What? Excuse me, what? I guess because it's a plant? Okay. A pair of small leaves described singularly as the leaf on its head by the Pokedex grow on a brown patch on its head. This leaf will wilt if the Pokemon becomes thirsty. Since it is a plant-based Pokemon, Turtwig usually nourishes itself through photosynthesis. It becomes more energetic when exposed to enough sunlight. It also drinks water, which hardens its soil-based shell. Due to its status as a first partner Pokemon, a wild Turtwig is hard to come by, and it is generally found under the ownership of trainers. It has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy, which we're not going to get into. As for these stats... So physical attack stat is its highest at 68, with physical defense at 64. HP and special defense both are at 55, with special attack at 45, and speed at 31. Gallade aura farming in the Listen, we're not gonna get to Gallade we're not gonna get to Gallade in this stream because, oh god, it takes so long. But we'll get there eventually. Sinnoh doesn't have a lot of my fave. God, I'm gonna get to these chat messages so late because I don't think to go to them, right? Anyway, so Turtwig. I will say, it is very cute. And I think I do have a bit of a bias towards turtle Pokemon, which is hilarious considering, like, I think, if I remember right, when I rated the Squirtle line, I think I had Squirtle in the lower B tier, Wartortle in the high B tier, and Blastoise in the C tier. But who knows, maybe it's also because those were, like, water types, and apparently water and fire types are just not my faves. But, yeah, I like Turtwig. I think it's adorable. Also, this music seems really fucking loud. Anyway, But yeah, I like Turtwig. It's really cute, and I really like the design of it. Although I will say, what is this? That's what it reminds me. I was thinking to myself, like, why does looking at its face all of a sudden just make me think of something else? It reminds me of, I don't know if it's a turtle exactly, but the Pokemon Choodle from Galar. The one that evolves into the, actually, now thinking about it, that really is like a water-type Turtwig line, ain't it? The Choodle line? Oh my god, I actually need to look at those Pokemon now. Anyway, where would I rank this? Is that rain or the AC? That I feel like is... Or is it my PC that's roaring? Okay, I think it's the AC. I think it's the heat. Okay. Anyway, let's see... I mean, it's definitely not S tier, unfortunately. It would definitely be high B or A. Honestly, I would probably put it in A. That's not how you spell Turtwig, Irie. I know you're tired. Yeah, I think A tier is perfect for Turtwig. Alrighty, next up. We have Groddle. Dreadnought, okay. No love for the OG. Should have been here for the Kanto streams, man. I don't necessarily have a lot of love for the Squirtle line. It's hilarious. Again, it's hilarious. It's like, I rated Wartortle higher than Squirtle. Anyway, Groddle / Hayashigame is known as the growth Pokemon, retaining its pure grass typing from when it was a Turtwig along with its abilities. And the biology is as follows. Groddle is a quadrupedal turtle Pokemon with light green skin and a large shell covering its back. The shell is composed of hardened soil and conforms to the shape of Groddle's body, extending from its forehead to the tip of its short tail. The shell appears sectioned and is yellow with 3 long brown ridges atop it. 2 bush-like trees are growing around the outermost edges. Groddle's lower jaw is yellow and has triangular extensions on the cheeks, while its upper jaw has a hooked tip. Its feet are yellow and have 3 claws each. Groddle can sense where pure water wells are, and will carry other Pokemon on its back to these sources. Each Groddle has a secret place for getting clean spring water. It lives in forests, believes during the day to allow more sunlight on its trees. Groddle has also been observed living near clean spring water, Berries grow on the trees, attracting some species of Pokemon. The berries it grows are said to be sweet and very delicious. In the anime episode The Lonely Snover, Groddle is seen to produce acorn-like nuts instead. And as for the stats... Alright, so carrying on with Turtwig, physical attack is still its highest at 89, with physical defense at 85. However, HP goes up to 75, special defense at 65, special attack at 55, and speed is still the lowest at 36. So doesn't get super nice speed, but I mean, to be fair, it's a grass-type turtle. I think we've known that grass types are not necessarily super speedy. Anyway. But yeah, Groddle I think is a nice, it's a nice evolution, let's just say. You know what's funny? I feel like I have more experience with a Groddle than I do with a Turtwig, and even a Torterra, which I feel like should be the opposite. I don't know, I think it's just because of all my times playing through Platinum emulated. I'm just like, oh yeah, that happens, isn't it? But yeah. I think this is a nice design. It's a nice evolution, as they say. I'm actually trying to remember, because I feel like, if I remember correctly, I know that Torterra can learn Earthquake. I forget if it has to be a Torterra to learn that, or if you can have a Grotle and have it learn that too. And I'm talking via level up, and you don't have to spend a TM for it. It's either Earthquake or Magnitude. Anyway, where would I rate this? Honestly, I was thinking I would put it an A. I don't know, I just find it nice. I just find it really nice. I don't know. I don't know, it's like, even when I was doing like, Turtwig's, even when I was describing Turtwig, I was like, I think Grotle would be fine to be an A tier. Yeah, I think that's a good tier. Oh, this is such a chill song. Anyway, moving on. Oh, that's why it's Eterna Forest. Okay, I did remember that correctly. Okay. Next up is the final Evo for Turtwig, which is Torterra. Alright, so Torterra slash Doldai is known as the Continent Pokemon. Retains its grass typing, but it gains ground typing. Is this the only instance of a grass-ground Pokemon? Like, so far, like, I'm not gonna count Unova, I'm not gonna, like, past Sinnoh we're not counting. I think this is the first instance of grass-ground Pokemon from before. Either way, yeah, so grass-ground typing, it keeps its abilities regardless, and the biology is as follows. Torterra is a tall, bulky, quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a tortoise, with a large shell covering its back. There is a single oak-like tree and 3 triangular stony extensions resembling mountain peaks on the top of its shell. There is a patch of brown resembling soil next to the tree. A white rim surrounds the shell and forms a diamond-shaped continuation on the front. Torterra's body appears sectioned, with the upper half being green and the lower half brown. Its mouth is jagged, which gives it the appearance of a snapping turtle. It also has a black nose. Its lower jaw is green and there are 2 large spikes protruding from its cheeks. Torterra's small red eyes are encircled by a black ring. Its legs are thick and they have 4 toes each, which appear as if they are actually jagged stones. There are 3 toes on the front and 1 on the heel. Torterra's large and clean shell supports the lives of many small Pokemon, which occasionally gather and build their nests upon the shell. Some are even born and spend their entire lives there. How big is this thing? Oh, that explains it. Torterra migrates in groups, searching for clean water, creating the illusion of moving forests. However, it is typically immobile. Torterra is believed to possess unmatched physical strength. Ancient people believe the ground contained a gigantic Torterra living underneath. Why does that sound like an actual conspiracy theory? Like you think of a giant turtle in real life conspiracy theory. Anyway, stat totals. As always, physical attack stat is the highest at 109, physical defense at 105, with HP continuing to build up at 95, with special defense at 85, special attack at 75, and speed at 56. So yeah, this is a slow turtle, but it's a good turtle. I will say, you know what this reminds me of? If anyone is a fan of The Ancient Max's Bride or Maholtsukai no Yome, I remember earlier on in the chapters, there's like a dragon that kind of looks similar to Torterra, and when it dies, it actually becomes one with nature. This is what it reminds me of. Like, I wish I could show the manga panel. That way you can see what I'm saying. But that's what this reminds me of. But yeah, I think Torterra is pretty neat. Like, and I love the fact that, like, oh, that's also what it reminds me of, is, the Titans from Xenoblade 2. You know, where it's like, you have these giant, not monoliths, but, like, these giant beings that can house like multitudes of smaller living beings and on them, not inside them, on them. Well, I guess I guess like in Uriah, it's like you do live inside the thing, so. But yeah, I think Torterra is pretty neat. I guess my thing is like, where would I put this? Honestly, I'm thinking A tier. Torterra. Oop. Torterra. Is this the first time I've had like all three of a starter line in a tier? I feel like that's impossible. I don't know. I'd have to look back at the other three tiers and see if that's the case. But yeah, I think Torterra is neat. I also really like the typing too, like grass ground. It's like, oh, that takes away one of the weaknesses right there. Anyway, next up. Let's see. Okay, so Grotto does not get any ground moves upon level up. It can't even use the TM. Okay, so... The earthquakes come from the earthquakes come from Torterra just eating land. Honestly, it would make sense. It's like an earth dragon. Creation myth. There's a myth. I know it sounds familiar, like the idea of a turtle basically being like the reason why we have Earth. But I thought it was conspiracy theory. What creation myth is that? Let's see. Hindu. World elephants and a world turtle. That's interesting. That sounds so similar to like the Norse stuff regarding the world tree, Yggdrasil. Interesting. Anyway, moving on. We have our fire starter here, which is Chimchar. Alright, so Chimchar / Hikozaru is known as the Chimp Pokemon. Is a pure fire type that evolves into Monferno at level 14, which then evolves into Infernape at level 36. It has Blaze as a regular ability with Iron Fist as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Chimchar is a bipedal Pokemon resembling a chimpanzee. Its fur is primarily a shade of orange, although its face, outer ears, underbelly, hands, and feet are light yellow. Its ears are large in comparison to its head, and has red insides. It also has red markings around its eyes, as well as 2 pointed teeth in its upper jaw, a swirl-like symbol on its chest, and 5 fingers on its hands with 3 toes on its feet. It has a swirly crest of hair on its head. Its rear has a small, round red patch that is usually obscured by flames produced by burning gas in its stomach. Not me thinking it's just constantly like it's just gassy. It's just a gassy Pokemon. Which I mean, technically, we've already passed we already rated coughing and wheezing. We don't need more gas. These flames cannot be put out by rain, although they go out when Chimchar goes to sleep, and burn weakly when it feels ill. In the past, this flame on its rear has caused people to mistake it for an apparition, dubbed the Lantern Tail. That's adorable. Chimchar is very agile, being able to climb the rocky ledges of tall mountains where it lives. It has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy, which, again, we don't care about. Not yet, at least. As for the stats... Oh, they're kind of well-rounded. Actually, speed is its highest stat at 61, with physical attack and special attack both at 58, along with HP, physical defense, and special defense all at 44. So it's pretty rounded, all things considered. What is this song? Oh, it's a lo-fi remix. Okay. Anyway, now normally... I think, I'm trying to remember, because normally I don't like monkeys. I'm one of those people that's like, I don't like monkeys, but I think the anime has really kind of made me like Chimchar, mainly because if y'all know anything about the anime, right? Ash's Chimchar used to be under the ownership of, I guess, of his rival at the time, Paul, and that motherfucker abused this son of a bitch so much. Like, I remember the episodes in which Chimchar was mistreated to hell and back. And I feel like, and obviously, like, you know, as someone that tends to get very, like, attached to, you know, I guess any living creature, not just humans, but, like, characters that tend to get very, like, abused. Like, it's like, I just felt a kinship with this thing. And I think it is very cute. I will say, I think it is very cute. I just wish I could say the same about the evolutions, because I feel like I only pick Chimchar, like, once in a while. You know, and fun fact, I think Sinnoh, I think, is honestly the only region in which I don't hate any of the starters. I mean, I should express, like, it's not that I hate it's not like I hate one of the starters from all the other regions, but it's like, I think Sinnoh is the one where it's like, I genuinely have to think to myself, like, what do I want to go for? You know, like, do I want to go for a Turtwig? Do I want to go for a Chimchar or a Piplup? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. Like, which is ironic considering, again, Sinnoh is like my least favorite region of all time. But anyway, honestly, I would put Chimchar in the high B tier. You know? That's not to say, of course, I hate it. It's just, you know, I will say that even though, as I just said previously, that Sinnoh has, like, you know, it actually does make me consider, like, what starter I would want. Chimchar is, unfortunately, still, like, my least picked, because I just like Piplup and Turtwig more. But I think it says a lot that it's, like, I actually do go out of my way to pick Chimchar, so... Speaking of which, I forgot to save real quick. Cholotomate. Okay. Alrighty, next up. We have Monferno. Monferno! Music. There we go. I was like, hello? Alright, Monferno slash Molkazaru. Molkazaru is known as the playful Pokemon. Retains its fire typing, but gains the fighting type. I don't remember if I mentioned this in the Hoenn stream when I was talking about Torchic, Combuskin, and Blaziken. But if I hadn't, this Hoenn was basic, because there was a long stretch. I say long stretch, but there was a time in which, like, the fire starters all, like, by the time we got to their second Evo, they were all firefighting. And this is where you really got to see, like, oh, that's a problem. Anyway, abilities remain the same and the biology is as follows. Monferno is a bipedal primate-like Pokemon. Orange fur covers most of its body, except for its ears, muzzle, fingers, circular areas on its palms, feet, and chest, which are tan. A small tuft of fur extends from the top of Monferno's head, and has oval brown eyes. Its eyes have a thick blue marking above and a small red marking in between. Its muzzle is short and blunt, with two small pointed teeth in its upper jaw. There is a white ruff of fur around its neck and gold bands around its arms near its shoulders. It has 5 fingers on each hand, but only 3 toes on each foot. Its long tail has a red ring around the base and a flame burning at the tip. The flame on Monferno's tail has several purposes. Primarily, it can be controlled to keep opponents at an ideal distance or stretched in order to make a Monferno appear larger. Oh, it's like a bear. The size of its flame, in combination with the brightness of its facial marking, indicates this Pokemon's position in its pack. The bigger the flame and the brighter the pattern, the higher the Pokemon's position. In addition to using its flaming tail as a weapon, Monferno can also leap from ceilings or walls to perform aerial attacks. Oh my god, not me immediately thinking of Alpha, Beta, Omega. No! Anyway, the stats. So speed is of course still as high as at 81. However, physical attack and special attack both rise up to 78, with HP at 64 and physical defense and special defense at 52. So it's pretty speedy, all things considered. Bro wishes it was Blaziken so bad. Listen, birds and monkeys can get along, alright? But yeah. Oh my god, I wish I did not have to, I wish I didn't realize it, like, I mean, I'm trying to remember if, like, I mean, I don't even know what the hell a gathering of monkeys is called. You know, it can't be a pack or a herd. I mean, I wonder if it's clan. That would be funny. But, like, now I'm just thinking of Alpha, Beta, and Omega, and I'm like, I shouldn't be thinking about that. Because there's two very different things. There's two very different things you associate with those three words. And my brain is thinking of the one that isn't related to animals. Anyway, Monferno. I mean, it's a monkey. So out of it. I mean, you know what's funny is I actually really do like the name, Monferno. So it's like monkey, inferno, infernal monkey. Satan as the monkey. Sorry, I'm sorry. This is what happens when you're a little loopy. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's a monkey. I don't really have much to say about it. It's just, it's that. It's that. My main question is, though, is like, where would I put it? I would probably put it in the lower B tier. Wait, did I spell that right? How do you spell it? Oh, there's no I. That's interesting. Monferno. There's no I in that. That's weird. Excuse me. Alrighty, next up. Where's this song? Oh, okay. Garchomp is... Man, we're not gonna get to Garchomp for a while yet, though. Anyway, have a good night, Eric. Hope you... Anyway, so next up is Infernape. Alright, so Infernape / Golkazaru is known as the Flame Pokemon, retains its dual fire fighting type with the regular abilities as well, and the biology is as follows. Infernape is a bipedal primate-like Pokemon that is primarily reddish-brown with sections of white fur on its chest, head, and lower legs. Several gold markings adorn its body, swirled circular ones on its knees, and shoulders flame-shaped ones on the back of its hand. Wait, on its knees? Oh, okay. Several gold markings adorn its body. Swirled circular ones on its knees and shoulders, flame-shaped ones on the back of its hands, and a stripe around its neck that forms two swirls on its chest. On top of its head is a large flame, which is never extinguished. Infernape has an orange rounded muzzle, long round ears with blue insides, and a red ridge over its eyes. The eyes themselves are blue with yellow sclera. There are 5 blue digits on both its feet and hands, and it has a long tail. This agile Pokemon practices a unique kind of martial art that involves all of its limbs, as it shrouds itself in flame and uses fiery punches and kicks. This form of battle is comparable to dancing. Infernape is also known to possess unrivaled speed and agility. Infernape's flame is also said to never go out. And as for these stats... Oh wow, that's actually some pretty good stats. So, speed is its highest stat, as said, at 108, with physical attack and special attack both at 104, HP at 76, and physical defense and special defense both at 71. So, very interesting. Infernape. Now, I will say this. I do like it more than Monferno. And I do think it can be pretty good. I mean, that speed, like, the speed combined with the attack, it's like, okay, that's pretty neat. I think it's just the defenses that I would be a little worried about. If only because, like, I mean, again, like, I'm someone that's like, I need a Pokemon to take a hit. But, yeah. I don't know why the heck I'm thinking, like, this is, like, that the fighting form is based off of Capoeira, when it's like, that's probably not it. But, yeah. I think, honestly, I would put this in the high B tier. Because I can acknowledge it can be good. I do like the design more than Monferno's. Yeah. I think this could work. Alrighty. Making sure it's saved. Alright, next up is our final starter, which is the water type starter, as always. And that is Piplup. Alrighty, so Piplup slash Polchama is known as the penguin Pokemon. It is a pure water type that evolves into Primplup at level 16, which then evolves into Empoleon at level 36. It has Torn as a regular ability. However, from before Gen... Alright, so in Gen 9 it gains the hidden ability Competitive, but in all other gens before that it has Defiant. And the biology is as follows. Piplup is a light blue penguin-like Pokemon, which is covered in thick down to insulate against the cold. It has a dark blue head with a primarily white face and a short yellow beak. The dark blue feathers on its head extend down its back and around its neck, which causes it to appear to be wearing a cape. There are 2 white ovals on its chest and a small light blue marking resembles a crown above its beak. It has flipper-like arms and yellow feet with 3 toes each. Piplup has a strong sense of self-pride. Because of its pride, it has a hard time accepting food from humans and bonding with its caretakers. It will even puff out its chest after it falls down, which it often does due to its poor walking abilities. However, it is a skilled swimmer that can dive for over 10 minutes in order to hunt. It has also been shown to fly short distances in the anime. It lives along the seashore in a colder climate, and it has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Now as for these stats. Pretty rounded! I mean, special attack is its highest at 61, with special defense at 56, HP and physical defense both at 53, physical attack at 51, and speed at 40. Man, we're getting some slow Pokemon here, aren't we? But yeah, honestly, I will say, I think Piplup is probably my favorite starter from Sinnoh. Because I do like penguins a lot. I think they're very cute and adorable. And I really do like and I really like how, like, pleasing this color scheme is to my eyes. Like, the blue and yellow, along with the little dash, along with, like, the white. I think it's very nice. Like, I think it's really cute. I think it's really cute, and I think it can be really good. You know, especially, like, when you think about, you know, that first gym in, you know, the Orberg gym. I don't know, but yeah, I just really like Piplup a lot. I think it's really cute. I guess my thing is like, where would I put this? Like, there's honestly a part of me that's like, you know, would it be an S tier? Like, would I want a Piplup? And I'm like, Excuse me. I am thinking A tier, honestly. That's not how you spell it. Yeah, I think it's really nice. I think I would like it on my team. Like, no matter what. I just don't, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the ranking here. Alrighty, next up. God, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so out of it right now. Alright, next up is Primplop. Alright, so Primplop slash Poltaishi is still known as the penguin Pokemon, retains its pure water typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Primplop is a blue penguin-like Pokemon. It is mostly dark blue with light blue facial markings, wingtips, and lower body. Its eyes are blue and it has a short yellow beak with a small point above it. Two large yellow ridges extend from its beak over the back of its head and meet just above the nape of its neck. On its body are 4 large white spots that resemble buttons. Instead of arms, it has long, sturdy, flipper-like wings that are capable of knocking over and snapping trees. It has short legs with yellow 3-toed feet. Primplop has a high sense of self-pride, which prevents it from forming groups of its own kind. This Pokemon can be found in icy waters where it hunts for prey. Primplop can swim gracefully in the cold seas. Its singing voice has been compared to a roaring tide. A roaring tide, you say? Alright, and as for these stats... Alright, so special attack is still ties at 81, with special defense at 76. Physical defense actually goes up to 68, with physical attack at 64. HP at 60... Oh, 60... Wait. Physical defense at 68, physical attack at 66, HP at 64, and speed at 50. I do like Primplop. I do, and I do remember this because Brilliant Diamond has taught me, like, that, yeah, it can learn Metal Claw, which, honestly, really good. I mean, granted, you don't get the stab bonus, which, you know, may or may not be, what you want. But, yeah, I like Primplop a lot. I think it can be good. And I do like, how it becomes a little bit more dapper, like the penguin and all that. Oh, where would I put this? I'm so sorry. I'm so out of it right now. And it's so fucked, because it's like, last stream, I know I was also suffering from a bit of brain fog. And that took a while for my brain to get over. But now it's like my eyes are screwing with me, and it's making my brain tired. Excuse me. Where would I put this? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling high B tier. Is that how you spell it? Primplop? Oh, Piplup and Primplop. Alrighty. Next up is our final Pokemon of the starter Evos. And that is Empoleon. I will say I love the design of this. Alrighty, so Empoleon slash Emperuto is known as the Emperor Pokemon. It obviously retains its water typing, but it gains the steel typing Abilities remain the same, and the biology is as follows. Empoleon is a large navy blue penguin-like Pokemon. It has a wide yellow beak that extends upward into 3-pointed horns that form a trident-shaped crest bracketing blue eyes. Large horns are a symbol of leadership and strength for Empoleon. There is a blue marking resembling a crown over its eyes, and a white lacy marking running down its chest. A blue fin-like projection forms a collar around its throat and runs down the length of its chest and belly. On its back are 2 raised gold bumps and a second blue fin that forms its tail. Its yellow feet are webbed with 3 toes each, and its feathers form ruffs above its feet. It has wide flipper-like wings rimmed with blue along the tips and 3 golden claws. The edges of these wings are comparable to master-crafted blades, capable of slicing through ice floes, and this Pokemon will use them to attack anyone or anything that damages its pride. However, it prefers to avoid unnecessary disputes at times. When swimming in the water, Empoleon can move as fast as a jet boat. In Hisui, people have revered Empoleon since ancient times, referring to it as the Master of the Waves. Oh, eventually when I get back to Legends Arceus, I'll learn about that, huh? As for these stats, so special attack remains its highest at 111, with special defense at 101, physical defense at 88, physical attack at 86, HP at 84, and speed at 60. I will say, I love Empoleon's design. Like, this it's so good. To me, it's very, like, it's a little sleek, but I also love, like, the marking on its chest, because it's, like, it very much reminds me of, it's not a cravat, but it's also not called an ascot either. It very much reminds me of a butler, right? Again, it's not what it's not what I would say like a, it's not a cravat or a ascot, but you know what I mean. It's like something of a tie. Not a tie, but you know what I mean. Like, if y'all have seen butlers, you would know what I'm getting at. But yeah, I also really like, you know, like, cause, I mean, it's described as being navy blue. This looks more black to me, but honestly, I think it really helps. Like, the blue really, like the blue really just, like, makes the dark parts of this stand out so much more, along with the yellow. Like, this is such, like, a nice color scheme. Honestly, I would put this in S. Like, I really do like this design. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. I really do like this design. And I think it's cool. And it's a penguin. What else what can't you love about penguins, right? But yeah. Oh my god, I'm so exhausted. Hello? Next up. Oh, that's what it is. I was like, hello? Alrighty. Next up, we're now getting into the scrubs. I will say one of my favorite bird Pokemon so far is Starly. Based off of I think it's supposed to be based off of a sparrow. Or a starling. I don't know. Alrighty, Starly / Mukuru is known as the Starling Pokemon. It is a dual normal flying type that evolves into Staravia at level 14, which then evolves into Staraptor at level 34. It has Keen Eye as a regular ability and Reckless as a hidden ability from Generation 6 onwards. And the biology is as follows. Starly is an avian Pokemon with primarily grayish-brown plumage. There is a white marking on its face resembling a mask and a white spot on its chest. The top portion of the mask marking is smaller on the female. The rest of its head and the lower half of its wings are black. Starly has a long orange beak with a black tip, and oval black eyes with white pupils. A small tuft of feathers curls over the back and its head, and a small pointed ruff surrounds its neck. It has 2 black tail feathers with a white feather between them. Its feet are orange with 3 toes in the front and 1 in the back. Starly's small wings are powerful enough to leave foes with an injury that can last for a week. However, although capable of flapping its wings powerfully, Starly is weak and inconspicuous when alone. Starly congregates in mountains and fields, forming large flocks to protect itself. However, individuals will begin to bicker if the group becomes too large. This Pokemon's cry is harsh, and its singing can become annoying. It preys on small bug Pokemon and Cherubi's nutrient-rich second head. As depicted in the anime episode The Lonely Snover, it has also been consuming the acorn-like berries grown on the bushes of Grottle. And as for these stats, so they're not good. Speed is obviously its highest at 60, with physical attack at 55. However, HP is at 40, whereas physical defense, special attack, and special defense are all at 30. It's interesting how it's said that, like, apparently the cry is, like, harsh and annoying. And I'm like, I don't know, I kind of like the cry. Fuck, I'm so tired. Sorry. But yeah, I also really like the color scheme as well. Like, I think it's a really neat design. I don't know. I just really like this Pokemon. I really do. I think it's neat. And it's just a round bird. Although, to be fair, I think Rowlet's rounder than the Starly, but still. But yeah, I think this is a neat Pokemon. I like the color scheme. I even like the name too, Starly. It just, I don't know, like, what Pokemon was it that I was like, oh, this reminds me of a Sparrow. Is it Spearow? Why did I want to call you Sparrow, though? I don't know. Where would I put you? Sorry, I'm so out of it. I don't know why. Again, I rest a good while today. I'll put you in the high B tier, honestly. There we go. Yeah, right next to Chimchar, Fernape, and Prinplup. Okay, I will say we're doing pretty well in terms of, like, the Pokemon so far. We haven't come across any C's. Alrighty, next up is Staravia. Alrighty, so Staravia, slash Mukubadol is still known as the Starling Pokemon, retains its dual normal flying type. However, Intimidate becomes its regular ability instead, with Reckless as a hidden ability, period, and the biology is as follows. Staravia is a grayish-brown avian Pokemon with black and white markings. Its head and upper body are primarily black with an M-shaped pattern over its white chest. On its forehead is a grayish-brown spot, which is smaller on the female. On its face is a white mask-like marking with a pattern of spikes along the lower edge. It has small black eyes with white pupils and a long orange beak with a black tip. On the back of its head is a long tuft of feathers, which curves forward. The lower halves of its wings are black, and it has black tail feathers with a single white feather in the center. Its orange Anisodactyl feet have black talons. Staravia lives near forests and fields where it hunts for bug Pokemon. Aware of its own weakness, it forms flocks of its own kind and cries noisily if left on its own. However, these flocks can be extremely territorial. When two different groups meet, they will have fierce territorial disputes. A strong Staravia can be identified by the plume it has on its head. And as for the stats. Speed is still its highest at 80 with physical attack at 75. HP goes up to 55 with physical defense at 50. However, special attack and special defense both are at 40. And I will say, I do like Staravia. I think it's because I have a lot more experience with a Staravia than I do with a Staraptor. But honestly, like, I will say, I think Staravia is really cool, really nice. I also really like its cry, too. Like, I will say that it is a very piercing, shrill cry, but you kind of get used to it. Especially when you're trying to train up, you know, for Gardenia's gym. and you realize that ScarVio is actually one of your best choices ever. Especially because it has Intimidate. Like, oh my god. I mean, now granted, I don't know how good the defensive capabilities are, mainly because, again, I'm not stupid enough to send a Pokemon that is weak against a typing, you know, against an opponent like that, you know? But I will say, I don't think Staravia has ever disappointed me. Honestly, I would probably put this in A tier. Yeah, Staravia I think belongs in A tier. Honestly, yeah. God, I think I'm gonna have to start... Like, it's already been an hour. Y'all, I'm actually really starting to get... I'm starting to feel it. Alrighty, next up is Staraptor. Yep, Staraptor. Oh, excuse me. Alright, Staraptor slash Mukuhoku is known as the Predator Pokemon. Retains its dual normal flying type along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Staraptor is a grayish-brown avian Pokemon similar to a large bird of prey. It has small red eyes and a thin yellow beak with a black tip. There is a circular white patch on its forehead, which is smaller on the female. Larger white markings cover the front of its throat and chest, separated by a black ruff encircling the shoulders. A red-tipped black crest extends over its head, nearly reaching the tip of its beak. Staraptor is fussy about the shape of this comb, which it uses to appear larger and frighten enemies. It has large wings, 5 black-tipped tail feathers, and yellow feet with black talons. Its powerful wing and leg muscles allow it to fly effortlessly while carrying other Pokemon, small or large. Upon evolution, this Pokemon leaves its flock to live alone, as it has become strong enough to take care of itself. It can be highly aggressive, persistently attacking with even larger foes in spite of illness or injury. And the stats for this are as follows. Alright, oh, it has 2 stat blocks. One from generation... Oh, so it only has... So the first one is only from generations 4 to 5, and then the other one is 6 onward. Okay, so I will say, physical attack is its highest and surpassing its speed to 120, but the speed is still not that bad. I mean, it's at 100. HP is at 85, physical defense is at 70, and special attack is at 50. So the only difference between these 2 stat blocks are its special defense, where it goes from 50 to 60. So not that much of a difference, honestly. But that don't matter, because I do like Staraptor. Like, the design is fucking great. The design is fucking great. I love the cry it makes, too. You know, like, honestly, this is a really good Pokemon to have. Now, granted, whether or not I could say it's good for Elite Four slash Champion, I don't know. I mean, that just depends on whether or not you want to play risky. But, honestly, yeah, I think it's a really cool Pokemon. Oh, Route 209. Yeah, I think it's a really cool Pokemon. And I like the name, too. Staraptor. Oh, hell yeah. I guess, where would I put this? I'm gonna put it in A tier. I mean, I will say, though, there is a part of me that's like, how, like, would you put it in S tier? And it's like, I would. I just don't know how good it is outside of, like, regular gym battles, so, yeah. God. Alright, I think I'm gonna go get something real quick. So let me get the next Pokemon up and running, and this is a mimetic Pokemon. This is a meme Pokemon. Next up is gonna be Bidoof. Bidoof. But, I will say I'm gonna go get something real quick. I'll be right back. So sit tight. Alrighty, I'm back. I had to go get my heater because I put it away because with how much warmer it's been getting lately. But like, y'all, I don't know why I still feel so cold. So I had to go get my heater to see if maybe that would warm me up a little bit. So yeah, but the problem is that usually when I'm exhausted as well and I have the heater on, that tends to make me fall asleep. So we'll see if I actually end up falling asleep on stream. Anyway, so alright, so next up is Bidoof. Bidoof/Bippa is known as the plump mouse Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that can have either simple or that evolves into Bibarel at level 15. It can have either simple or unaware as a regular ability with Moody as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Bidoof is a brown rodent-like Pokemon with 4 short legs. It has a short, dark brown snout and a small red nose. Cream-colored markings cover its underside and surround its face. Round tufts of fur form its tail, with 5 on the male and 3 on the female. Similar tufts line the bottom of its face and 2 singular ones from its ears. Bidoof's black paws have 3 toes with some webbing between them. Protruding from Bidoof's upper jaw are large incisors, which it uses for gnawing on wood and rocks. These teeth grow constantly, so this Pokemon needs to gnaw on hard substances to keep them ground down. The growth rate of Bidoof's teeth is similar to Rattata. This Pokemon can be found nesting in groups near bodies of water, usually building a nest of dams to live in. It is also known to wander into villages, gnawing on people's houses. Despite its stout body and naive appearance, this Pokemon can be agile and is not easily perturbed. Prior to Generation 5, Bidoof and its evolved form Bibarel were the only known Pokemon that could have Unaware as an ability. And the stats for this... So HP was its highest at 59, with physical attack at 45, physical defense and special defense both at 45, with special attack... 40, sorry. Special attack at 35, and speed at 31. Alright, so Bidoof is obviously known as the HM slave. Like, this is the Pokemon that you would probably just dump a lot of HMs onto. God. But yeah, so Bidoof is... I will say, though, I don't like Bidoof. I think a lot of it is just because, like, here's the thing. I can understand the appeal of it. Like, I can understand the appeal of it, and I can understand, like, you know, why people get it. I just don't think it's for me. Although I will say, because I'm limited in what I can catch in Brilliant Diamond, I did end up catching a Bidoof and evolving it into Bibarel. And honestly, Bidoof is not that bad. Like, again, it's a scrub Pokemon for the beginning, but it's honestly not that bad. I mean, it can learn Headbutt, Rollout. I mean, this Pokemon, like, you know, if you can work with it, I think it's actually pretty good, all things considered. But, honestly, I would probably put it in the, lower B tier. Like, I can see its potential. But I just don't think it's for me. Alright, moving on. We're on number 400 now, by the way, in terms of the national dex. Next up is Bibarel. Oh dear, okay. That's good to know. Alright, so Bibarel slash Bidaru is known as the Beaver Pokemon. Retains its normal typing, but gains the water typing. Abilities can still remain the same, however, and the biology is as follows. Bibarel is a bulky bipedal Pokemon similar to a beaver. Brown fur covers most of this Pokemon, with a tan bib-like pattern on its chest. Its face is covered by a tan mask with a rounded extension over each eye. The male will have an additional extension to the side of each eye. While its forepaws are small and slightly webbed, its hind paws are larger and more rounded. Both sets of paws are black with 3 toes, but the hind paws have circular tan paw pads. Bibarel's large flat tail is black with a tan wavy marking near the tip. Rounded tufts of fur line each side of its face. Its short dark brown snout has a small red nose and protruding upper incisors. These teeth are used for chewing trees. Where is this song? This Pokemon is known to be an industrious worker. It builds its nest by damming rivers, using bark, roots, and branches it has cut up with its teeth, along with mud. A river dammed by Bibarel will never overflow. Bibarel is slow-moving and awkward out of the water, but is a swift swimmer comparable to a Phoebus. I don't know, I'm so out of it. Bibarel's fur is very good at repelling water and retaining heat. And prior to Generation 5, Bibarel and its pre-evolved form Bidoof were the only known Pokemon that could have Unaware as an ability. And as for these stats... Alright, so physical attack stat is its highest at 85 with HP at 79, speed at 71, physical defense at 60... Oh, physical defense and special defense both at 60, and special attack at 55. So I will say that Bibarel I honestly think is pretty good. Like, it's actually surprisingly, like, scary. Like, because again, like, when you're trying to grind and you come across one of these things, you kind of do, like, what's the word? You do kind of, like, get jump scared, honestly, by how hard it hits and how quick it is. It's like, whoa. Why are you like this all of a sudden? You know, again, I ended up having to use one, obviously. And again, I do think it's good. I do think it's good. But, I don't know. I think I would still put it in the lower B tier. Is that how you spell Bibarrel? I have to constantly question myself. Yeah. Again, I can see the appeal of it, especially after using it. It's like, yeah, that's fair. But I don't know if I would necessarily want it on my whole team, so... Alrighty, I gotta get my Pokemon set up real quick. How far are we from the break? Cause... 1, 2, 3... Oh, I think we have 14 more, so that's cool. Oh boy, here comes a boy. Bum 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 bum. Anyway, I'm sorry if you can hear the heater in the background. Alrighty, so next up is Kricketot. Alright, so Kricketot slash Koroboshi, Koroboshi is known as the Cricket Pokemon. It is a pure bug type that evolves into Kricketune at level 10, with Shed Skin as a regular ability and Runaway as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Kricketot is a bipedal bug-like Pokemon. The majority of its body is red with a pale yellow streak down its front and a black cape-like marking on its back. Its head is encircled with a flat pale yellow structure similar to a collar. A female has a bigger collar than a male. Two hard black antennae with curled tips are connected to the head by a dark red segment. A similar dark red segment forms this Pokemon's nose, and it has small black hands and feet. Kricketot are known to stumble sometimes due to their short legs. By shaking its head and rubbing its antennae together, Kricketot is able to create a sound similar to a xylophone or marimba that it uses to communicate with others of its kind. Kricketot are known to gather in greater numbers during autumn nights. Oh, it's like a real cricket. Alright, so stats are obviously not going to be super great. I mean, its highest stats are physical defense and special defense, and they're both at 41. With HP at 37, and physical attack, special attack, and speed all at 25. So yeah, this would not last a damn hit. This would not last a hit. But I will say, I do like the design and all that. It's like a little conductor with the little I don't know what these are called. They're called something. And I'm not thinking of antennae. I would have said it. But yeah, it just reminds me of like a little kid dressing up for like for a symphony the first time in their life. But yeah, I think it's a nice Pokemon. It's a nice Pokemans. Where would I rate this? I will put it in the lower B tier, but it's a very high low B. Very high low B. Okay. That makes no sense, Irie. Yo, I'm fucking struggling to stay awake here. But yeah, so I think it's a nice Pokemon. I think it's great. think it's cute. Alrighty, next up, another mimetic Pokemon because of its cry, which y'all should know who it is. It is Kricketune. Okay. Kricketune slash Korotoku, still known as the Cricket Pokemon, retains its pure bug typing. However, it gains Swarm as a regular ability with Technician as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Kricketune is a bipedal Pokemon with an insectoid appearance. Primarily red, there are 3 black oval markings on its abdomen, a tan streak running down its neck to its belly, and a tan underside with a small dark red marking above it. It has oval gray eyes and a dark red round nose. Black feelers with curl tips extend from either side of its nose, similar in appearance to a mustache. The male feelers are longer than a female's. On top of its head are 2 antennae with conical bases, spherical centers, and long, thin tips. Kricketune has 2 small feet and a pair of black wings. This Pokemon's arms are shaped similar to its antennae and are crossed over its chest when it cries. By rubbing its arms together, Kricketune can produce sounds and improvise melodies. It can also allow its cry to resonate in its belly. Kricketune's melodies vary greatly between individuals and can be used to signal its emotions. Scientists have been observing the melodic patterns of Kricketune for studies. In one village, Kricketune are used in a contest based on the different sounds it makes. And as for the stats... Alright, so, surprisingly, physical attack is its highest at 85, with HP at 75, speed at 65, special attack at 55, and both physical defense and special defense at 51. So obviously, as I said before, like, this Pokemon is also known mainly for the cry, because it's so, like, distinctive, I guess. It does get stuck in your head. And it can be a bit of a jump scare if you're not expecting it, or if you don't remember. It's like, oh yeah. But, I will say, I think it is because of that cry, and also because, like... It's so interesting that, like... It also reminds me strangely of, like, a violinist. I think it's because of these arms. Like, just imagining, like... this thing having, like, a cello or a violin or something and using its, like, arms to, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I get. I mean, now granted, of course, this is obviously not going to be good outside of the beginning, but honestly, I still really like it. I think it's a nice Pokemon. I think it's a good design. Honestly, I would put this in the high B tier. Is that how you spell Kricketune? I am also so sorry that, like, I am not putting as much thought into this. Like, I don't know why I'm so sleepy. Like, I'm so sneepy. And tired that, like, it's just, like, there's a lot of, like, I'm struggling right now to just, like, focus on the stream. Alrighty. Next up is Shinx. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna take I'm gonna see if maybe I can take a quick nap during the intermission as well. I say that, but it's like, no, I gotta talk. Anyway, Shinx. Alright, so Shinx slash Korinku is known as the Flash Pokemon. It is our first pure electric type that evolves into Luxio at level 15, which then evolves into Luxray at level 30. It can have either Rivalry or Intimidate as regular abilities, with Guts as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Shinx is a quadrupedal feline Pokemon resembling a lion cub or lynx kitten. Its front half is light blue, while the rear is black. Excuse me. There's a short tuft of fur on its head and smaller tufts on each cheek. The top tuft is smaller on the female shinx. It has large oval ears with yellow star-shaped markings on the insides, yellow eyes, and a tiny red nose. Whenever its mouth is open, small fangs can be seen in its upper jaw. A black marking encircles Shinx's neck like a collar, and there are yellow bands above its forepaws. The hind paws are black on the male Shinx and blue on the female. Spiked fur surrounds the base of its long tail, which is tipped with a yellow star shape. Electricity is produced by the extension and contraction of muscles in Shinx's forelegs, which causes this Pokemon's fur to glow. If it senses danger, its fur can gleam brightly to blind predators so it can flee. Excited trembling is a sign that Shinx is generating tremendous amounts of electricity, and can send signals to other Shinx by shining the tip of its tail and shaking it. It has an aggressive nature. Thus, taming a Shinx is said to take great patience. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Shinx can create electricity when it rolls around while asleep. On rare occasions, a sleeping Shinx releases discharge sparks. And as for the stats, so physical attack is its highest at 65, with HP and speed both at 45, special attack at 40, and both physical defense and special defense at 34. So the stats aren't that great. I mean, I'll admit that. But I really do like Shinx. I think it's really cute. And I love the coloring, as always. I love the color palette, the color scheme. I also really like the little stars, the star motif and all that. And I also like the cry, too. I think it's like... I mean, to be fair, I'm imagining this in the anime, but I'm just imagining it saying, like, you know, Shinx! Shinx! You know, like... I don't know, I really do find it really adorable. Makes me, I wonder if there are plushies of Shinx. There probably has to be, right? I mean, again, this seems like you wouldn't market it. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't market this as, like, your next plushie, you know? I would honestly put this in the A tier as well. Oh my god. Alrighty, next up. Oh gosh. Is Luxio. Mate, I gotta finish off something real quick. Alright, sorry about that. I was gonna be making a lot of noise. Alrighty, so, Luxio. So, Japanese name is the same as his English. It is known as the Spark Pokemon. Retains its pure electric typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Oh, Eterna City. Luxio is a feline quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a young lynx or lion. Blue and black fur cover most of its body. Its ears, face, hindpaws, and front half of its body are blue, while its hindquarters are black. Additionally, Luxio has a tufty black mane surrounding its face. The mane is longer on the male Luxio, while the blue coloration on the hindpaws extends to the ankles on the female. The insides of its rounded ears are yellow, as are its eyes. There are 2 yellow rings around each front leg and a yellow 4-point star on the tip of its tail. When facing an opponent, Luxio extends its claws in preparation, which can unleash a million volts of electricity. Even a slight scratch from these claws is enough to cause fainting. Besides for attacking, Luxio also uses its claws to communicate with others of its kind, by resting them on the other's forelegs and sending electrical pulses through them. Luxio live in small groups and are able to generate powerful electricity by gathering the group's tails together. Luxio are known to be kind enough to share the spoils from a hunt to its own kind. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Luxio is often observed sleeping peacefully. It is believed that Luxio feel a sense of safety due to living in small groups. On occasion, Luxio releases electricity from its claws while it slumbers. Researchers uses the rhythm released by the electric pulses to study Luxio's dreams. Well, that's cool. And as for these stats, so physical attack stat is as high as it's 85 with both HP, special attack, and speed all at 60, and physical defense and special defense at 49. Alright, so Luxio. So it very much follows, like... So the Shinx line very much follows, like, the, That's the thing. The idea of a cat's lifespan, like you have the kitten or the baby, the cub. And then you have the juvenile, which is what Luxio clearly is. Growing out the mane. What the fuck am I listening to? Oh. Okay. I mean, obviously you have the mane here that's like, it's growing out, but it's not fully a mane yet. Like that. And then you have the... I will say, again, like, I do like the color scheme, like the fact how the black is taking over more of the body. And of course the star-shaped tail. I like the tail's really nice too. I don't know, I really like this design. I also really like just like... I really also like just like the design of the mane here. Although it is kind of funny because it's like, these look like pants, obviously, to me, right? But the thing is, I caught a female Shinx, and obviously, so it's like, yeah, so obviously you can tell this is the male Shinx, or Luxio, not Shinx, Luxio. Because I will say this would, I think if I remember right, this would all be blue, the back edge here. Where would I put this, though? I'll probably still put it in A tier. I think it's nice. I think it's neat. But yeah, I think it deserves to be in the A tier. I just really like the color scheme. What can I say? It's really nice, really good. Alright, last but not least. We have less than 10 Pokemon, by the way. Alright, so next up is Luxray. Alright, so Luxray slash Rentorar is known as the Gleam Eyes Pokemon, retaining its pure electric typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Luxray is a quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a fully grown lion. While its face, hind legs, torso, and the back of its front legs are blue, much of its body is covered with shaggy black fur. The fur is longer around the shoulders and the base of the tail, and forms a mane on its head. The mane is larger on the male than on the female. It has yellow eyes with red sclera, a blunt muzzle, and rounded ears with yellow insides. The eyes change to the color when using its ability. Change to the color of what? There are 3 yellow half rings on the back of each foreleg. Its long, thin tail is tipped with a yellow 4-pointed star. Luxray has powerful eyesight that is capable of seeing through most objects, like X-ray vision. It uses this ability for hunting and keeping track of its offspring. However, this ability requires a lot of electricity to use. As a result, Luxray needs to sleep for long periods of time in order to store up more energy. Luxray live in packs, and each having one male to lead them. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Luxray tends to enter a deep sleep on occasion. Luxray does this to recover the lost energy it used for seeing through many objects. And as for these stats... Alright, so physical attack is its highest at 120, with special attack at 95, HP at 80, physical defense and special defense at 79, and speed at 70. So I will say this. I love the design. Like, it's so, like... I don't know, like, I love how much, like... I love how the black extends, right? I love, you know, like, the black extends more, you know, basically lessening the blue, whereas the yellow, like, really does become a bit of an accent color, but then you add, like, the little bits of red, it's just, it's such, I feel like it all ties together pretty well. You know? I also really do like the cry of this as well. And I do remember in the olden games, like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, I think if you were to send this out, like there is, like, the sprite obviously flashes yellow, which I thought was kind of cool. Honestly, I would probably put this in S. Especially because I think if I remember right, Luxray can learn Thunderfang. Like, it has Bite and Crunch, but it can also learn Thunderfang. Can you imagine if this thing had, like, Strong Jaw or whatever the, because I know there's a Pokemon ability where, the attacks that deal... Not deal, but, the attacks that are based, like, off of, like, the jaws, like, again, Bite, Crunch, etc., those types of attacks deal more damage because of that ability as opposed to, like, stab. So, yeah. Alrighty. Next up. Is Badoo. Alright, so Badoo slash Subomie, or Subomi, is known as the Bud Pokemon. It is a dual grass poison type that evolves into Roselia when leveled up with Friendship during the day, which then evolves into Rose Raid when exposed to a shiny stone. It can have either Natural Cure or Poison Point as a regular ability, with Leaf Guard as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Badoo is a bipedal rosebud-like Pokemon. It is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon. Its face is yellow with small slit-like eyes. It appears to be wearing a green bib and has triangular stubby yellow feet. When the two vines that are on top of its head open up, a big spot can be seen on each. One vine has a blue spot while the other has a red spot. Badoo keeps its buds closed during the cold winter, but opens them again in the spring and releases poisonous pollen. The pollen it scatters induces harsh sneezing and runny noses, and is more toxic depending on how clean the weather it was fed with was. Depending on how clean the water it was fed with was. Badoo's bud beginning to open is seen as the imminent arrival of spring. It lives near clean pools and ponds. And the stats for this are not going to be great, because it's a baby Pokemon. Special defense is its highest at 70, with speed at 55, special attack at 50, HP at 40, physical defense at 35, and physical attack at 30. Yeah, so I will say this. I do like Badoo's, you know, design. I think it's pretty cute, and it very much conveys like the whole idea that, like, yeah, this is meant to be like a seed waiting to sprout, waiting to blossom. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, you try to set this up with a few growths, It can be, it can work. I mean, yeah, the speed is shit, don't get me wrong, but like... But like, yeah, you set this up with a couple growths, like, this Pokemon could take out some pretty good rock types. You know, you just gotta set it up first. The only thing that I don't like is the fucking friendship stuff. Especially since it's during the day. Yo, I would have to, like, reset my clock. You know, to be in the daytime. So, like, 12 hours behind or ahead in order to evolve this thing. But I guess, like, you know, if I want to have a Roselia, I mean, that's the cost, that's the point, isn't it? I would put this in the high B tier. Oh, Jesus. Dude, y'all, the exhaustion is really starting to get to me. Alrighty, next up. Oh, jeez, I'm feeling it. Is Roserade. I will say I like the design already. Alrighty. Roserade, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the bouquet Pokemon, retaining its dual grass poison typing that it's always had, along with its regular abilities. However, its hidden ability is Technician. And the biology is as follows. Roserade is a bipedal Pokemon with an appearance that incorporates features of roses and masquerade attire. It has hair made of white rose petals and a leafy green cape with a yellow collar-like bangle on its neck. The cape pattern reaches toward the back of its head, and spiky sepal-like extensions on the hair. A male will have a shorter cape than a female. It has a dark green mask over its red, yellow-lidded eyes. The lower portion of its face is light green, and it holds a bouquet in each hand, with the red in its right hand and blue in its left. Its limbs and undersides are light green. Its feet end with yellow tips. Roserade lures prey with a sweet aroma. The more toxic its poison, the sweeter its aroma becomes. Each hand has different toxins, but both hands can jab with near-deadly power. Roserade's right arm contains poisons that act faster, while its left arm contains poisons that act slower. Regardless, Roserade's poison can be life-threatening. It attacks with a dancer-like elegance and uses hidden whips covered with poisonous thorns. And as for these stats... Okay, so it has 2 stat blocks. It's pretty much the same thing as, Staraptor? Yeah. So yeah, its special attack is crazy high at 125 with special defense at 105. Speed is at 90. Physical attack is at 70. HP is at 60. And the main difference between these two are the physical defense going from 55 to 65. So I've never used a Roserade before. I want to though. I want to. It's just a matter of, like, getting to it. But I will say, I do really like the design. Like, I like the masquerade motif, along with the fact that it's, like... I mean, it very much reminds me of, like, not Phantom of the Opera, but it's very similar to that. Although I will say it's also given me slight Persona 5 vibes. Mainly because of, like, you know, Joker. You know, which is crazy. Because it's like, I don't think he has anything to do with roses. But regardless, I think he is cool. But regardless, like, I think this design is cool. I just wish I knew, I mean, The stats, though, are pretty nice. Like, that special attack and special defense are amazing. It's like, wow. Where would I put this? Honestly, I think I'm gonna put it in the A tier. But that's all. Like, but honestly, I would put it in S if I just knew what it was like to have one, you know? So... Alrighty. Next up. Is... Craniados. Oh, God. Alright. Craniados slash Zugaidosu is known as the Headbutt Pokemon. It is a pure rock type that comes from a skull fossil and evolves into Rampardos at level 30. It has Mold Breaker as a regular ability and Sheer Force as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Craniados is a gray dinosaur-like Pokemon resembling the Pachycephalosaurus, however you pronounce that. It has a hooked beak, red irises, and a hard blue dome-shaped head with 4 spikes on its back. The hard skull is considered to be Craniados' most distinguishing feature. It has stubby arms with 3 claws. Despite the stubbiness, it can attack with them. The back half of its body has a large spiky pattern of blue and it has a short tail. It has feet with 3 forward claws and 1 backward. Its main attacking prowess involves charging headfirst into its opponents. When it lived in dense forests and jungles 100 million years ago, it would use headbutts to snap obstructing trees, down its prey, and combat Pokemon like Aerodactyl and even other Craniados. The resulting sound of 2 Craniados headbutting echoes throughout the area like the sound of the pealing of a bell. It notably lacks any intelligence. Craniados are considered to be a rare sight to encounter. The fossilized trunks of trees snapped in two are also often found near the fossilized rock layers of Craniados fossils. It was brought back to life from a skull fossil, and in modern times, Craniados can be found in the canyon biome located at the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Again, I don't know. Y'all, I'm beginning to be so sleepy. The stats are as follows. So physical attack is fucking crazy at 125. Keep in mind, this is the pre-evolved form. This is not Rampardos. HP is at 67 with speed at 58. Physical defense at 40 and special attack and special defense both at 30. This is Eterna Forest. So I will say, I do find this really cute. I think it's really cute, and I haven't used a Craniados yet. Like, I do have one, but I haven't used it yet in battle. I've mainly just been trying to, like, get it leveled up to enough to where I can use it in battle. But, I will say that, because I do remember this being Rourke's ace in the Orberg gym. This thing can be scary. I mean, it has headbutt, which, you know, obviously makes you flinch. And it's like, bruh, you can't... If you get flinched, you waste a turn, pretty much. But, I guess the thing is, where would I rate this? I mean, it is cute, I will say. I think I will put this in the high B tier. Yeah, that sounds right. Alrighty, next up. I will say, we're almost like 2 hours into this, and we're already almost done. Alrighty, next up is Rampardos. Alright, Rampardos slash Ramuparudo is still known as the Headbutt Pokemon. He retains its pure rock typing, along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Rampardos is a large, dark gray dinosaur-like Pokemon resembling a Pachycephalosaurus. It has a pearl-like dome crowning its head, which obstructs its red eyes. It has blue stripes, one on its tail and one on each of its knees and wrists. It has various spikes, one on each knee, 2 on the blue collar on its neck, 2 short ones on its nose, and 4 on its head. 2 of these head spikes are bigger than the other 2. Its strength lies within its fierce headbutting attacks. A charging Rampardos can knock down virtually anything with one hit. 100 million years ago, it lived in jungles, where it ruthlessly chased its prey while tearing down trees in its path. Rampardos has the personality of a brute. It enjoys barging into objects with its head to train its strength and reflexes. This resulted in its skull growing a foot thick and harder than steel, which prevents it from fainting if it crashes into anything, even another charging Rampardos. Long after its passing, ancient people would dig up its well-developed skull fossil and use it as a helmet. However, because its skull grew so thick, its brain became even smaller than that of Cranidos, leading to theories that its stupidity led to its extinction. Its fossils have been found near those of Bastiodon, suggesting that these two lived in the same habitat, likely as enemies. Very little are known about Rampardos' biology in ancient times. Was known, sorry. There were records of a Rampardos that escaped after being revived and evolved, destroying a skyscraper in the process. And as for the stats, physical attack is still its highest at 165, with HP at 97, special attack at 65, physical defense at 60, speed at 58, and special defense at 50. So I've never used a Rampardos before, right? But, I could definitely acknowledge its strength and its potential. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about it, honestly. It's just, I wish I could say more about it, because like, I do think like it has a neat design, and I do like Cranidos, because again, it just reminds me, but I love the fact that, like, apparently it's like a dodo bird. Like, apparently it was so stupid from ramming its head into trees and whatever else it could find, that it literally just became stupid. It's like, wow, that became the dodo. Which I think, I don't know if it's ever stated what caused the dodo bird to go extinct. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was because of the stupidity, because dodo birds are known to be stupid. Are known, as if they still exist. Oh god, where would I put this? I'm gonna put it in the high B tier. But it's gonna be a pretty low high B until I can use it. Just making sure. Anyway. Alrighty, next up is Shieldon. Shieldon slash Tatetops is known as the Shield Pokemon. It is a dual Rock Steel type Pokemon that is from a armor fossil and evolves into Bastiodon at level 30. It has Sturdy as the regular ability with Soundproof as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Shieldon is a small yellow Cerapsian? I don't know how to pronounce that. Like reptilian Pokemon. It has white toes and a white bump on its back. Shieldon has a dark gray elliptical face with a prominent white brow and a white rim on its black snout. Its facial hide is extremely hard. However, it is vulnerable when attacked from behind. 100 million years ago, Shieldon lived in dense forests and primeval jungles. It has a habit of polishing its face against tree trunks. It is speculated that few enemies would have considered challenging its armored face. It eats grass, tree roots, and berries. Its fossils show no sign of damage to its face. Shieldon is described as having a mild-mannered nature and dislikes conflict. Shieldon was revived from an armor fossil, and in modern times it can be found living in the canyon biome located in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. As for the stats, so you can pretty much tell that Shieldon is meant to be the counterpart to Cranidos, because its highest stat is its physical defense at 118 with special defense at 88. However, physical attack and special attack are both at 42, with HP and speed as well being at 30. Now I will say this, I actually find this thing cuter than a Cranidos. I can't remember whether or not I've also used a Shieldon because I know that it was in one of my copies of Pokemon, whether it's X, Regular Moon, or Ultra Moon, that I had a Shieldon, and I evolved it into a Bastiodon. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's just a matter of, like, working with the speed stats. Because, I mean, the fact that it can take a hit, it can tank hits, and it's a rock steel. So where would I put this? I would probably put it in the high beats here. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Next up is, of course, its evolution, Bastiodon. Also, I am very sorry, like, I am beginning to really fall asleep here, which is not good. Alright, so Bastiodon slash Torridepsu is still known as the Shield Pokemon, retaining its dual Rock Steel type along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Bastiodon is a Pokemon which appears to be a cross between a Ceratopsian such as Chasmosaurus and a Bulldozer. That's interesting. Its dark gray square head resembles a castle wall, complete with 4 cream yellow window-like spots with a black outline, 3 dark gray spikes on the top, and 2 larger gray spikes in the upper corners. Bastiodon's triangular nose extends from the middle of its shield-like head down over its lips and appears to be pierced by a gray horizontal spike. 4 spikes jut downward and 4 large blunt tusks protrude upward from its dark gray lower jaw. Bastiodon's creamy yellow eyes are partially obscured by the nasal spike and spaced out tusks. Its thick, creamy yellow body is further protected by a gray ridge and dark gray plates on its back, jagged growths on its legs, and a plated tail. It is from roughly 100 million years ago. Bastiodon are known to live in herds. Despite its rough, intimidating appearance, Bastiodon is a docile, caring Pokemon that feeds on grass and berries. Its shield-like face is as tough as a diamond and capable of repelling any attack. When multiple Bastiodon line up side by side, their faces form a wall that nothing can break through. This was how they protected their young. In stark contrast to its impenetrable frontal defense, it is helpless when attacked from behind. Because its facial bones are so hard, they were initially mistaken for its spine by researchers who found its fossils. Bastiodon has lived in the same habitats as Rampardos, as evidenced by their fossils frequently being found together, possibly from fighting each other to the death. Wow, I can actually imagine how that battle would have ended, too. And as for these stats, so physical defense stat is at 168, with special defense at 138. Ridiculous. HP at 60, physical attack at 52, special attack at 47, and speed at 30. So yeah, Rampardos and Rampardos and Bastiodon are meant to be counterparts. This is the defensive measure, whereas Rampardos is the offensive Pokemon. Now remember I did say I use a Bastiodon. I will say, maybe it's because of the fact that, like, it's meant to be more of a tank. Maybe, like, to help you get your Pokemon set up, as opposed to, like, being attackers. Because, yeah, I do remember this thing not being good in battle outside of... Because it's not super fast, and it can't hit very hard. It can take hits, but it can't dish them out. Which, you know, is a bad thing for me. I'm gonna put this at the lower B tier. Oops. Oh my god, I'm so out of it. Is that how you spell Bastiodon? Yeah. But yeah, I do think it can work, right? Especially because, like, I do like this facial play here. It's a castle wall. And I think that's pretty clever. Also because I just like to name this thing Bastion. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the word Bastiodon. And it's like, obviously, that's how you get Bastion if you just add an end. End? N. Much like the end of me. Yeah, so I think that's good. Alrighty, next up. I will say we are quickly approaching our intermission here. Oh, this is fucking fair. Alrighty, I gotta show y'all 3 images, because this next Pokemon is Burmy. So that's one form. Second form. And then third form. Alrighty, so Burmy / Minomuchi is a pure bug type. Oh, I didn't know that. Shit. So, it is a pure bug type, known as the Bagworm Pokemon. It can evolve into either Wormadam or Mothim at level 20 depending on the gender. Female Burmy evolve into Wormadam, whereas male Burmy evolve into Mothim. Obviously, Burmy has the 3 forms, which are in order, as I presented. Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. It changes, and the cloak changes based on the environment of the last battle. It can have shed skin as a regular ability and overcoat as a hidden ability. So, regular Burmy, its biology is as follows. Burmy is a small larval Pokemon with a black segmented body and a coiled antenna on top of its head. It has a beak-like mouth and yellow eyes. Burmy has six stubby legs. The first two pairs are black while the back pair is yellow. There are also 2 white spots on its cheeks. However, Burmy's legs and cheek spots are only visible on a Burmy without a cloak. As seen in the anime episode Some Enchanted Sweetening, it can uncoil the antenna on its head and wrap it around its opponent. Remoraid is a natural predator of Burmy. Alrighty, so Burmy is normally covered by a cloak with 3 known variants that consist of either twigs and leaves, which is this. This one is sand and mud bound by its own silk, or dust and garbage resembling pink building insulation. It will not hesitate to collect nearby materials to construct a new cloak if the old one breaks or falls off. Even if it is born where there are no cocoony materials, it somehow always ends up with a cloak. The cloak protects it from the cold and will become thinner when the weather is hot. And as for the stats, so they're not great. Physical defense and special defense are its highest stats at 45, with HP at 40, speed at 36, and physical attack and special attack both at 29. So yeah, the good thing is that the forms do not affect the stats, so we don't need to like go over each individual form. Speaking of which, I don't like Burmy. Like, I really, truly don't. I'm not gonna lie, there is a part of me that is, like, wanting to catch... one just so I could have, like, you know, something more to fight. Like, maybe, like, if I need to have another bug type, right? But, I do like the different forms, at least. Like, I like how unique it is in that regard. But honestly, I don't like Burmy. I really don't. I don't know. It's just, it's a little gross. And the fact that these can antennas can like uncoil themselves. And then of course, like there's a picture on Bulbapedia where it's like you can't see the Burmy without the cloak on. And it's like, oh my god, it really is like Wormy from SpongeBob. Honestly, I would probably put this in C tier. Our first C tier. That's interesting. Alrighty. Next up, we're almost done, guys. We just have 2 more. Next up is... I don't know why... I thought I said this. Is Wormadam. So there's the plant cloak. The sandy cloak. And the trash cloak. Alrighty, so Wormadam slash Minomadamu is still known as the bagworm Pokemon. So the funny thing is that apparently the different forms do have different typings. So the plant cloak, obviously you can tell, is bug grass. The sandy cloak is bug ground. And the trash cloak, surprisingly enough, is bug steel. So yeah, this thing is steel. That's interesting, ain't it? All of them can have Anticipation as a regular ability, with Overcoat as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Okay, so Wormadam is a black bagworm-like Pokemon with a coat of plants, sand, or garbage, the last of which resembles building insulation. It has oval eyes, a long pointed beak, and a long antenna with a coiled tip. The beak is tipped with varying colors depending on the coat. The coat forms a pair of arm-like structures near this Pokemon's head. It is a female-only species with Mothim as its male counterpart. Alrighty, so the plant cloak form has several white flowers covering it and gives Wormadam a green-tipped beak and large leaves for arms. It'll be dotted with reddish-brown rot. Oh, okay. So that's a plant cloak. In terms of the sandy cloak, it will be dotted with reddish-brown rocks and have chains of pebbles for arms and a brown-tipped beak if it has the sandy cloak. When covered by the trash cloak, it has a pink-tipped beak and long, dark pink ribbons for arms. Wormadam that evolve on cold days are said to form thicker cloaks. Unlike Burmy, Wormadam's cloak is a part of its body, with the fusion being suspected to have been caused by the energy generated by its evolution. Its cloak acts similar to fur and skin and never sheds. Sandy Cloak Wormadam's cloak is an effective defense, capable of repelling a Starly's pecking with ease, whereas Trash Cloak Wormadam uses its cloak as camouflage, as it helps it hide from predators. And as for the stats, oh fuck you, they all have different stats. Alright, let me see here. Well, the HP stat is the same across all forms at 60, along with speed at 36. However, everything after that is different. So the plant cloak has 105 special defense, physical defense is at 85, special attack is at 79, and physical attack is at 59. Alright. As for Sandy Cloak, physical defense is at 105, special defense at 85, physical attack at 79, HP at 60, and special attack at 59. And Trash Cloak, both physical defense and special defense are at 95, with physical attack and special attack both at 69, nice, and HP at 60. So yeah, much like Burmy, I don't give a fuck about Wormadam. Like, I find these motherfuckers, like, you know, hard to fight. I also didn't know that they had different typings. I thought it would just be bug all the way. But no, it's like, oh no, we gotta fucking, you know. Sorry. It's like, oh no, you gotta remember which typing this thing is weak to, especially, you know, if it's a Sandy Cloak or a Trash Cloak Wormadam, because you don't know. I mean, I will say though, that's kind of interesting that like the Wormadams have different stats depending on the form. The only thing that stays the same is the HP and speed, and the speed's not that great. I wonder if that means that, like, depending on the form, that the moves it learns will be different, too. I mean, I guess it would be a good try to find out. Honestly, I would probably put this in the C tier as well. Wormadam. Alrighty, last up for the first half here. Which is probably for the best because, y'all, I am really losing my mind. Alrighty. Last up is Mothim. Music. Alrighty. Mothim, right? Mothim. Alrighty, so Mothim slash Gameru is known as the Moth Pokemon. It is a dual bug flying type that can have Swarm as a regular ability and Tinted Lens as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Mothim is a moth-like Pokemon with 2 pairs of wings, one pair larger than the other is. The wings are primarily tan with an orange oval marking on each. The tips of the wings split into small orange squares. There are 3 on the larger pair and 2 on the smaller pair. Mothim spreads steel-colored scales whenever it flaps its wings. Mothim's head has orange semicircular eyes with gray-orange tipped antennae running along the edges before extending and widening at the top. Its body is black with a patch of orange on the underside and a gray stripe down its back. It also has 4 gray legs and a small black tail that splits into 2 squares. Mothim is a nomadic nocturnal Pokemon that always remains on the move, searching for flower honey and nectar. It has often been seen traveling in fields and mountains. Despite its diet, Mothim is never seen near any flower gardens. This is because instead of gathering honey on its own, Mothim raids the hives of comb bee for honey. It is a male-only species with Wormadam as its female counterpart. And as for the stats... Wow, okay. So, both physical attack and special attack are its highest at 94, with HP at 70, speed at 66, and physical defense and special defense both at 50. I think I've only ever used a Mothim once in my life. But I can't recall whether or not it was good or bad. I mean, to be fair, the stat total reaches to a total of 424. Which I do think is a little bit good, but... I don't know, maybe it can work. Maybe it can. Again, I've only ever used one in my entire life, and I can't even remember when I used it. That should tell you right, you know? Like, again, maybe it was during one of my times playing Platinum. But, yeah. I will say, like, the design is very interesting. Because, I mean, I think if you were to... I wonder if you were to look at this, right, and you didn't hear me describe it as a moth, or even have the name be told to you as Mothim. Would anybody be able to guess that this is a moth? I don't know. Where would I rank this, though? Honestly, I think it's C tier. Alrighty. Alrighty, so that's the first half so far. And we got Pokemon for all tiers, which is nice. Alrighty, so, quick recap. So, in the S tier, we have Empoleon and Luxray. In the A tier, we have Turtwig, Grotle, Torterra, Piplup, Staravia, Staraptor, Shinx, Luxio, and Roserade. In the high B tier, Chimchar, Infernape, Primplup, Starly, Kricketune, Badoo, Cranidos, Rampardos, and Shieldon. Lower B tier, Monferno, Bidoof, Bibarel, Kricketot, and Bastiodon. And in the C tier, Burmy, Wormadam, and Mothim. Alrighty. And with that, we're gonna take our break real quick. Which is probably for the best, because I need to get up and wake myself up. Alright, music is gonna go off for just a little bit. Ciao, tomate. turning the heater off real quick. Oh, God. Seriously, I am like y'all, I'm struggling to not fall asleep. And I'm so sorry that y'all are getting this. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. Like, I will say, it's not fair to y'all at all. But it's also like, I don't know when I can reschedule this if I want to, like, because I know people are going to be like, well, Irie, if you're so tired, you can just go to sleep. You don't have to do a stream today. And it's like, yeah, but the thing is like, when would I have rescheduled this? Like, hell, to be fair, I was already thinking of rescheduling it, but for a different reason. Because I took a look at the weather and it's like, oh, is it supposed to storm tonight? Oh, that's not good. The heck is this? Is that a new song that I never listened to? Anyway. Alright, I will say though, 2.5 hours and we're only 2.5 hours in and we're already through like the first half of the Pokemon here. That's cool. Anyway. Jeez. Yeah, so we're gonna be taking a quick 30-40 minute break, give or take. Go get something to eat, go get something to drink, go to the bathroom. Basically do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be going on break. Speaking of which, I'm gonna try my best to, like, wake myself up, hopefully, so y'all are not dealing with, like, sleepy Irie for, like, the rest of this stream. And then, of course, I'll talk about, you know, certain things, because I think that's, you know, needs to be brought up. So, yeah, I'll be right back. So, take 5. Alrighty. I'm back. I'm just basically stood up and walked around for a little bit. Might do that again before we dive back into this. But I guess before I get into the sappy stuff, because obviously this is the first stream after May 5th. I think the reason why I'm so tired is because, so last week, my dad went out of town for his annual, up north trip to visit family. And of course that left me to, look after the house, look after the kids, meaning the pets. And that left me, basically sleeping on a fixed schedule. And not only that, I also took it upon myself to clean the house as well. Because, don't get me wrong, the house is relatively clean for the most part, but, I'm talking, I washed windows. I meant windows. Oh my god. Windows. I swept the floor free of hair and fur because both of the pets shed. I also Swiffered the upstairs as well, just to get rid of deep-seated dirt and grime and all that. And then on the last day, I deep cleaned my entire room. That includes sweeping up all the hair, fur, dust there was, along with vacuuming as well. That was actually kind of hard. Not so much the sucking up of stuff. It was more so just trying to move it around, because it's not because the vacuum I have is not very easy, I guess, to move around. And of course, me being a weak little baby, I had a difficult time trying to do some of the cleaning and all that. But regardless, I did a whole bunch of cleaning over the last week. Well, I say last week, it's more so the week from the 29th, right? To the 5th, I did a lot of cleaning. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm so tired. My body's basically telling me you need to fucking sleep. And then the last week, this actual week, meaning from May 5th to now, I also suffered from just a few nights where it's I just woke up. I went to bed late and I woke up really early, couldn't get back to sleep, and instead suffered the consequences of having 4 hours sleep. Though I think that was more so on my menstrual cycle. And I guess that was one of the ways it decided to fuck me up. Speaking of which, this was probably the worst period I ever had in years. I actually had to deal, I was genuinely, just irritable at almost everything that went wrong. I had to deal with pretty awful cramps. And I think the terrible sleeping just made this so bad. And I just found, and it's so ironic, because I think I even said last time that, considering how emotional I was going to be on May 5th, right? Watch that day be oh, it's gonna kick in. It wasn't actually. It was a Thursday. and it's oh, I should have expected that, because it always happens, because I always get my friend to come visit me every Thursday. On the first Thursday of every month. It's happened enough times at this point that's it doesn't surprise me anymore. But yeah, the last couple nights I've been going to bed a little earlier than usual, just in the hopes of getting enough sleep. And it has worked. I just don't know why I'm fucking sleepy. I think it's just because my body is just trying to catch up on all the rest that I kind of been like sacrificing over the last, you know, couple weeks, so. But yeah, I think like after that, obviously we all know what I'm gonna talk about next, right? Do I need to get the, need to get the thing ready? Alrighty. I had to type that out just in case, because obviously I think there are some people who may not want to, you know, read that, so. Alrighty, so. If you will recall last time, I spoke about how with my VTuber Oshi graduating, like how I mean I went on a pretty long, like half-hour talk, I guess we could say, about that thing, just to kind of like sort my feelings out. And I already knew from before then that like when I was going to be streaming after May 5th, that I was going to probably talk about that as well, just like how that, you know, because, you know, like I guess like the good way to put it is like this is going to be the aftermath of said thing, because I just feel like it's important. Also just to kind of like sort my feelings, of course. So I will say, before May 5th, I genuinely thought I was going to watch the last stream live. But then when I actually saw, you know, but keep in mind, this was like decided before, like the last couple weeks before, you know. But then when I finally saw like the schedule-ish for like last week to last Monday, I think that's when it kind of hit me that's like, you know what, maybe I basically kind of came to the conclusion that maybe it would be better if I didn't watch it live. Initially I was like, well, maybe I'll watch it after it finishes going live, right? But the more, you know, but pretty soon after I realized, considering that I still have so much to go over in my watch later list, that instead what I was going to do is like, I'm just gonna proceed on as normal, like, where it's like, I'm just gonna go from where I'm at currently and then just slowly make my way down until that last stream. That way it's not so jarring, you know, saying like, you know, having this stream as like a goodbye thing and then suddenly going back. It's like, that's weird. Like, I feel like it was just it would be a little bit too jarring. It would be a little too jarring for me to do that. But I will say, that didn't prevent me from breaking down. Oh my god, y'all. I think, like, that day, like, May 5th, I broke down crying 6 to 8 times. I broke down 6 to 8 times that day, and most of those were like literally at 2 in the morning on the day of. Because, like, I don't want to go into too much detail about it, because it's like, oh, I'm such a fucking baby. But the first time I broke down, I saw the thumbnail for, like, the last stream. And I never thought a mere picture would be enough to reduce me to tears, but if you know the lore, like, the only thing I can explain it is that if you know the lore, right? If you know the lore, that's, you know, that's how much the thumbnail, that fucking piece of art, meant. It was just knowing about the lore and then seeing the resolution. It's like, okay, that's not fair. That's so not fucking fair. It's like, man, I never wanted to punch a man more. I never wanted to punch a man across the screen more than that moment. Because I was like, you fucker. You son of a bitch. And then the last few times I broke down crying was literally a half hour later when I calmed down from the thumbnail incident. And I won't go into too much detail about that, but basically, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Oh my god, that was dude, that was so fucking emotional. I was so emotional. I was so emotional watching a particular thing. Lily, it took me an hour to calm down. It took me an hour to calm down from that. And that was because I spent a half hour just crying about it. And I can't wait to cry over it again next year. Because that's how long it's gonna take me to get through all the stuff in between. Is probably a year. And then so yeah, like, that whole crying fit lasted maybe 2 to 2.5 hours. Which is insane. And then I went to sleep, I woke up, and I cried 2 more times. Because of a song that I watched and listened to, and I was like, oh, this is not fair at all. This was not fair at all. What is this? May 5th was an emotional day. Although, to be fair, I'm actually kind of happy that I didn't end up, like, I thought I would be depressed, I thought I would be depressed as crap. I thought I would be, like, super sad. But, I wasn't. I mean, I was, but, like, it was at a manageable level, let's just say. Ugh. But, yeah, that day was, man, my head was just not screwed on straight. I mean, I guess that's a good way of putting it, like, I was, like, my headspace that day, like, I wasn't, like, I will express this right now. I I was not in a bad headspace. Like, the way that my mental state was throughout that day, it was not bad. You know, like, not super bad, right? But I think I was very, like, jumbled up, if that makes sense. Like, you ever just have days where, like, you feel just so out of sorts? Like, you're not crying, you're not super depressed, right? But you're also not happy either. But it's just like, you're not numb, but you're just very like, you feel odd. You feel out of sorts. Like, that's what it felt like for me. It's like, I just felt very, like, I felt very distracted, you know? Like, I think a lot of it was just due to, I mean, obviously, what was going on throughout that day, that just made me feel very, like, it very much felt like I was in a haze, like, brain fog, in a way. Which was why it was so surprising, like how... Which was so surprising in that, like, I did not mess anything up. Like, I'm surprised, like, I managed to do everything I needed to do that day pretty on time and accurately as well. I didn't think I would, but I did, so... But, yeah, but I think what kind of helped lift that fog out of my mind was seeing a certain person pop up on my TL, like, few hours afterwards. Not gonna say who, but I was like, okay, that helped a lot, actually, and now I feel a lot better. I'm being vague on purpose. That's the thing. I'm being vague on purpose. Like, this isn't me being cheeky. It's more so me trying to be respectful. But yeah, it's just... But yeah, I'm definitely gonna miss him. I'm definitely going to miss him. Like, but I will say, I actually... You know, I'm kind of debating with myself on whether or not I wanted to, like, read this out. But, I have a little thread on Twitter, because I retweeted, art of Noctix drawn by La Mama, and I put I had like a little like thread message I put, and I do want to kind of read it. I'm probably not gonna find... Yeah, God, I gotta switch over Twitters, because obviously this is on my private Twitter, and I can't find it, yeah. Ugh. But, I do think it was a pretty... But I do think it was a pretty nice message regardless. Oh my god, why is it not taking me to my fucking tweet? I love how fucked up Twitter is. I mean, thankfully... Well, actually, yeah, I did bookmark it, so... So yeah, so my little tweet thread. So I basically wrote down here, you know, I thought I'd be crying upon waking up today, knowing you'd be gone after. It's strange in some ways to mourn over someone who isn't dying, but I realized a long time ago it's not the person I grieve. It's the memories, the connections, the you, as I know I'll be losing. It's change I knew would come one day, and come it has. I thought I'd be crying. Yet, I feel content. Knowing what I know now, this isn't the end. It is a weight that'll be filled with patience and anticipation of what you'll do next. I consider it a privilege as others in similar positions don't have the comfort I have. I hope to find you again soon. Thank you for coming into my life 3 years ago and giving me something to look forward to, both then and now. Until next time, have a peaceful rest. And then I put, just emojis, right? You know, which was a red heart, and then, of course, his Oshi marks. And if you want to know something funny, it's that, I should put this. It's the fact that, I put out a tweet right immediately afterwards saying, I got the marks right this time. Because, and I forgot to mention this last time, is that when I first found out about the announcement, when I first saw the graduation announcement, I of course, like, talked about it on my Twitter, right? And there was a message there, and I put basically a long message just, you know, detailing, like, trying to put my thoughts in a more concise manner. And I ended it with his Oshi marks, right? But, it's funny because, if you know what Fulgur's, like, Oshi marks were, it was the lightning bolt with the sheep, right? And the thing is, I associated the sheep with him because, I mean, everybody did, right? But when I put on the tweet, I put the marks in the wrong order. I put the sheep first and then the lightning bolt. And I didn't realize it until a few hours after. And I quote tweeted the emoji tweet, and I was like, I'm such a fake fan, how could I misremember the order of the marks? Excuse me. Like, it's like, how did I misremember the order of the marks? So when I put out the tweet later on May 5th saying I got the marks right this time, I was referencing that tweet. But yeah, I will say, like, I will say, I was looking, I knew about Fulgur's graduation, right? But then another one happened, literally, like, a couple days after my last stream. And it was of someone I also watched a lot of, Ike Eveland. I watched a lot, but that one was very, like, I don't want to talk too much about it because, I want to respect last wishes and all that. But, that one was very shocking to me. Like, I didn't even, I knew he had gone on break. But I didn't expect him to graduate. Especially in the way he did. Like, it was so shocking and abrupt. Like, literally, y'all, I was on Twitter, right? And it's like, I put my phone down to go take a shower. Literally, like, and after I got out, I sat down and I checked Twitter. It was literally, like, 15-20 minutes after the announcement had dropped. And I was like, whoa, what? Like, it genuinely shocked me. Especially because, like, I still had a few of his VODs in my watch later list as well. But, yeah, that was genuinely, like, a shock to me, and it's just, I mean, again, I don't want to talk too much about it, because I kind of feel like, you know, even though I was a fan of him, he wasn't someone that I watched that much, you know? Like, it's not like Folger, where it was like, it felt like I watched practically everything of his. No. With Ike, it was very much like, oh, this seems cool, right? But I did watch a lot of his VODs. And, like, oh man, it's just, that situation was tough. To kind of, like, you know, especially because, like, you know, again, like, having to learn the information about it in real time. It's like, oh my god. Like, that whole period was rough. You know, but I mean, it wasn't rough on me mentally or emotionally, but it's like, you know, but obviously seeing everybody else's reactions, like, that was what made it tough on me. It was just, ooh. You know, especially as someone who, again, is in a similar position with her own Oshi graduating. Except mine, again, is, like, at least we don't have to, I mean, like, we went from, like, it's like, mine is having, like, probably one of the best graduations that I've ever seen on the platform of VTubing, and I'm seeing, like, this graduation hitting everybody like a ton of bricks. If anything, that whole situation just reminded me of, like, damn, I am so fucking lucky that mine is, like, coming back and won't have stuff deleted. It's like, like, damn, that shit made me so lucky. Also, I'm sorry, I'm eating something in the background. But, I do remember that on that night, the 29th, I believe? Yeah, it was the 29th. I did see the official art. I say the official art, but, like, of Ike's mama, TCB mama, have put out. I immediately retweeted it, and I remember exactly the message that I put on there as well, which was, I genuinely thought you'd come back, but if leaving is what's best for you, then I wish you luck for future endeavors and rest for your weary mind. And I put a little blue heart emoji, because, you know, blue was Ike's color. You know, because, yeah. That's, oh my god, like, that situation was like, whoa. And it's like, man, it sucks being a VTuber fan sometimes. Like, I say that laughing, like, as if it's a joke, but it's like, you know, I mean, sometimes it's rough. But I think, yeah, you know, but other times it can be just so joyful, you know? But then again, I think that's just life in general. It's like, it can be rough, but it can also be joyful. It just depends on what happens. But yeah, it's but yeah, I think, like, but I will say, like, I think over the last week, I genuinely thought that, like, I would be a lot more depressed. But I'm not. I'm just, I don't know, maybe it's just because, like, I mean, it's not so much the reality hasn't sunk in yet. It's like, no, it has. It has. I don't know. I guess then again, it's like because of the fact that, like, you know, I'm technically not saying goodbye yet. It's not, and won't be for a while yet. Again, probably next year I will. But, I don't know. It's just, I think there's a lot of things. I think. But, yeah, I think, like, I think there's a lot of things that are just kind of keeping me from, like, dwelling on the sadness. Because because obviously, it's a good thing to not dwell on the sadness too much, because because it's just gonna, I feel like if anything, that would really bring your mental health down. But, yeah. But yeah, I know things are gonna be okay. If that makes sense. Like, I know things are going to be okay. They may not be, one day, but it's that certainty that, like, it will be okay, right? That I'm kind of just, like, working with. Anyway, I don't think there's as much sappy stuff to, like, talk about. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I will say, I know my birthday is coming up soon. Like, it's gonna be here in 8-ish days. Well, I mean, in less than an hour, it'll be the 12th, which will be a week from now. But I'm currently trying to work stuff out, trying to plan stuff out, because I already have an idea of what I want to do for it. It's just a matter of, like, planning stuff, because obviously it's like we gotta figure out schedules and all that. I also know what I want to get. I already have my books figured out. It's just a matter of, getting the money together. I also need to I need to remind myself to put stuff on my Steam wish list. Because I already know the games I want to put on there as well. I'm just really bad at remembering I'm just really bad at remembering stuff like that, because I guess I have ADHD brain. Trying to remember if there's anything else. I genuinely can't think of anything. I will say, I honestly can't wait for, because I know we're going to be done with the Sinnoh stream stuff probably in a couple hours. And obviously we have the second half of Sinnoh to contend with, but I can't wait for next month, because I think that's when we're finally going to jump into, hopefully, Ghost Trick. Again, I still gotta, I gotta see how that game is going to do on my PC. Which includes, running a test stream to make sure it works and all that. I hope so. Because seriously, I bought that game specifically so I could play it on stream. It would suck if I can't do that. Especially because like I don't have any Pride Month games. I mean, I know I had 3 picked out last year, but like there's not that many I know of. It's like I already played We Know the Devil, Heaven Will Be Mine, and A Date with Death. I almost said A Date with the Devil. I'm like, that's not right. A Date with the Devil. Listen, I know I brought up Satan last time. I know I brought up Satan like a couple hours earlier, but still. Oh, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think like I'm gonna switch my mic off for a few minutes just to kind of like give myself time to eat. And that way y'all are not listening to me doing that to cover for dead air. So yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, let's start heading back into this. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty, I think now we can move on. You know, I will say, too, I finally got a bit of an idea on, I will say, like, I feel like the last couple weeks I've also been thinking about my, I've also been thinking about my, my PNG tuber design as well. When I say design, it's more so like concept. And I think I finally have an idea, and I think I finally have a finalized idea of like what I want to go for. That you know, that goes beyond just like, oh yeah, here's a monster girl, woohoo, right? I just need to do some more. I just need to like do a little bit more thinking, a little bit more research before I'm like, okay, I need to start sketching. Currently trying to get stuff ready. Well, not ready, but you know what I mean. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Getting back into it. Okay, so I'm feeling a lot more, I was gonna say refreshed. I'm feeling a lot more awake. So let's get started. Okay, so next up, after Motham, is Combi. Alrighty, so Combi slash Mitsuhani is known as the tiny bee Pokemon. It is a dual bug flying type that is known to evolve into Vespiquen at level 21. However, keep in mind this is only for the female Combi. Male Combi don't do shit. Honey Gather is its regular ability with Hustle as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Combi is a small flying insectoid Pokemon. Its body consists of 3 orange hexagonal sections that resemble honeycomb cells, arranged with 2 hexagons on top and the remaining hexagon between and below them. Each hexagon has a round yellow face with 2 black oval eyes and a black curved mouth. In the middle of their foreheads, the upper 2 faces each have a single whisker-thin black antenna with black oval tips, approximately the size of their eyes. They also each have a translucent, rounded triangle-shaped wing connected to an orange domed joint on their sides. The back sides of the upper faces are yellow and rounded as the sides of a sphere. The bottom face is the main thinker of the 3, and it is also the only one to have a full insectoid abdomen. This abdomen is yellow near the tip with a thick black stripe close to its hexagonal frame. Female Combi have red wedge-shaped spots on the foreheads of their lower faces, just below the point where all 3 faces meet. Male Combi have no distinct markings in this area. So yeah, we are seeing a female Combi in the art here. Similar to other Pokemon with multiple heads, such as Dugtrio and Dodrio, Combi's trio of faces each have their own consciousness. For example, each face has a different taste in nectar, and Combi can fly only when the top 2 faces coordinate the flapping of their wings. Each Combi's trio of faces has been together since birth. Unlike bees in real life, the vast majority of Combi are male. However, Combi are otherwise similar to bees in their social behavior. They are mostly sociable among their own kind and form groups of about 100 individuals. They are generally harmless to others, as they tend to flee when threatened. From sunrise to sunset, Combi will collect nectar to create honey wherever they can. Beautifly often provides trouble by driving away any Combi that tries to collect near it. Though Combi produce honey for multiple purposes, they usually consume it. Each swarm of Combi makes a different flavor of honey. When not gathering nectar, Combi will protect their own queen Vespiquen. They are very suggestible and will never defy the orders of their queen. When a Vespiquen feels threatened, the Combi will not think twice about risking their lives to protect their queen, to the point of aggressively attacking or even killing the threat. Combi commonly live in caves and hollow trees of forests and other natural secluded areas with their queen. Combi sleep by creating a hive with other Combi, locking together into a tessellated wall to feel safe in larger numbers. Teddiursa and Mothim regularly raid Combi nests for the honey they collected. Prior to Generation 5, Honey Gather was Combi's signature ability. And as for the stats, so speed is obviously its highest at 70, with physical defense and special defense at 42, and HP, physical attack, and special attack all at 30. So, Combi is only useful if it's a female. Because at least it can evolve. Into Vespiquen. Male Combi are basically just kind of useless unless you're just into gathering honey. Which, you know, I think like outside of 4th gen in general, like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and BDSP, there's no use to gather honey. At least I don't think. But yeah, like... But it is kind of interesting, Combi, like combination. Although, to be fair, this is a trio, so it's not like a duo. But, I'm trying to think if I would want a Combi. honestly, I would probably put this in the lower B tier, if only because, like, again, like, the fact that it's only the female that can evolve, it's like, okay, that makes it kind of worth it. Because if it weren't there, it would go in the C tier, like, no questions asked. Alrighty, next up. Is Vespiquen. Alrighty, Vespiquen slash Bequeen. Oh wait, Bequeen. Yeah, Bequeen. Is known as the Beehive Pokemon. Retains its dual bug flying type it had as a Combi. However, it gains pressure as an ability and unnerve as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Vespiquen is a bee-like Pokemon with a typical insect-like 3-part body, i.e. divided into an abdomen, thorax, and head. It has a yellow and black striped abdomen, which flares out from a thin, waist-like protrusion under its thorax in a manner that resembles an elegant ball gown. Underneath the expansive abdomen are 7 orange honeycomb-like cells that serve as a nest for baby Combi. The centermost cell, however, surrounds what appears to be a slender, yellow, more insect-like abdomen, which is often obscured by the gown part of its abdomen. Vespiquen has black arms that each consist of 2 thin conical segments. Each arm ends in 2 small orange claws. It flies with a pair of relatively small wings, each of which consists of 2 stacked translucent teardrop segments. Vespiquen's arms and wings attach to its round thorax, which is yellow on the front, black on the back, and orange on each side where its arms attach. A curved line on its back, between its orange shoulders, separates its thorax and waist. Vespiquen's head consists of its face and horns. Its orange face has intimidating red eyes, yellow mandibles that protrude from its face and connect to its horns, and a large red gem on its forehead. Vespiquen's horns are yellow near its face and black at the tips, and with the gem, they resemble historical headpieces or crowns worn by European royal and noblewomen in the late Middle Ages, such as the Escaffion? However you pronounce that. Similar to queen bees in real life, Vespiquen is a female-only species. Vespiquen is the sole queen of a hive of Combi, which it commands by releasing pheromones. The more pheromones Vespiquen produces, the more Combi it will have in its hive. As queen, Vespiquen gives birth to and raises Combi grubs, feeding on flowers to make honey for its progeny. It also controls and protects its hive. It is far more powerful than its Combi, and will only take direct action if its Combi are unable to protect the hive. Even so, the Combi will defend their Vespiquen even to the point of death. Vespiquen will destroy and feed on any outsiders it catches sneaking into its hive. However, if outsiders prove themselves to a Vespiquen by defending its hive, it may repay these acts of kindness with a reward. Vespiquen is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Attack Order, Defend Order, and Heal Order. And as for the stats, so physical defense and special defense are both high at 112, with physical attack and special attack at 80, HP at 70, and speed at 40. Now, I will say, I have had a Vespiquen before. I did actually get lucky enough to have a Vespiquen, and it's not that bad, honestly. It's not bad. I mean, I wish it were a little, quicker, a little, maybe not stronger, but maybe had a little bit more of a move pool that I could use. I think it would definitely be really good. But, I will say, as of now, I think I would put it in the high B tier. I think it's good. But I don't know if, I would put it, I think if it just had, a little bit more oomph to it, it would probably be an A tier. Because I really do like it. that how you spell it, by the way? Yeah. I always have to ask myself, like, did I spell it right? Because I know I suck at spelling sometimes. Alrighty. Next up is Pachirisu. Alrighty, so Pachirisu, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Ella Squirrel Pokemon. It is a pure electric type that is not known to evolve into anybody. It can have either Runaway or Pickup as regular abilities with Volt Absorb as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Pachirisu is a small white squirrel-like Pokemon with a faint bluish tint and a light blue stripe starting from its forehead and goes all the way down to the tip of the tail. A female Pachirisu's blue stripe is shorter than a male's. A large white tooth grows out of its mouth. It has deep gray eyes and a yellow circle in each cheek. Its tail is almost twice as big as its body, with 3 spikes at the top of the curl, which it can use to shoot charges. Though its arms and legs are very short, it can run incredibly fast, enabling it to tire pursuing Pokemon out quickly. It has a great amount of electricity flowing within its body. If it builds up enough charge, it may shock other Pokemon. It is related to the Pikachu line for some reason as a squirrel. What do squirrels and mice have in common, aside from them being rodents? When it sleeps, Pachirisu likes to curl its big fluffy tail round to the front of its body and uses it as a pillow. It also likes to chase and groom its tail. When a Pachirisu sheds its fur, it shapes them into fur balls, which have static charges just like its fur. It hides its favorite foods, which mainly consist of berries, and it's in these static puffs and stores them in tree holes. It does this to protect the food. If a human or another Pokemon tries to take the food, they will get shocked from the static. It may rub cheek pouches with another Pachirisu to share stored electricity. It is generally found in treetops and forests, as well as the outskirts of a forest and near power plants. And as for the stats, so with most electric-type Pokemon, speed is its highest stat at 95, with special defense at 90, physical defense at 70, HP at 60, and physical attack and special attack both at 45. So, I will say this. Pachirisu is cute, but unfortunately it's just not to my vibes. It's not to my preference. Like, I will say, the light blue and white color scheme very much works along with the yellow cheek sacks, as I'll call them here. And yeah, like, you could basically tell that it's a squirrel, right? I just don't think it works for me, honestly. Like, I've never really gone out of my way to get a Pachirisu. Excuse me. But yeah, I've never really gone out of my way to get a Pachirisu. Like, I feel like if anything, Pachirisu are known to be kind of like Pokemon you would throw out to get, like, the status effect. Like, because I do know it has Nuzzle, which has that good chance of paralyzing somebody. I think I would probably put it here. Because I can't acknowledge that, like, okay, maybe it would be good. Maybe it would be right. But yeah, I think that's all it has for it. It's just like, it's cute, and I could see its potential, but for me personally, it just doesn't fit the vibe. Alrighty, next up is Weasel. Alrighty, so Weasel slash Buizeru is known as the Sea Weasel Pokemon. It is a pure water type that can evolve into Floatzel at level 26, and it has Swift Swim as a regular ability and Water Veil as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Weasel is an orange Pokemon resembling a weasel and a sea otter. It has a yellow collar around its neck and 2 blue fins on its arms. Weasel has a cream-colored spot above each eye and 2 black parallel marks on its cheeks. The underside of its face and stomach are also cream-colored, as are the tips of its 2 tails. A male Weasel has 2 cream-colored spots on their back, while a female has only 1. Weasel's yellow collar is a flotation sac that can be inflated when it inhales. By doing so, Weasel can keep its face above water to watch for prey movement or survey its surroundings. Conversely, it deflates this sac in order to dive. Its tails can spin to act as a propeller, allowing it to swim and slice through obstacles like seaweed. In the anime episode Mounting a Coordinator Assault, it is also shown to be able to fly using its spinning tail. Weasel usually lives alongside bodies of water. And as for the stats, so surprisingly, speed is its highest at 85, physical attack at 65, special attack at 60, HP at 55, physical defense at 35, and special defense at 30. Alright, so in terms of Weasel, like, I think it is cute. I think it's fine. But I will say, because I did catch up Weasel, it takes a long time for it to learn, like, good water-type moves. And maybe it was because, I guess, like, to me, it's like, maybe it's because, like, I had a shitty nature for a Weasel, who knows? But I feel like Weasel was not good enough to OHKO anything. You know, like, even when it would be, like, a couple levels higher than the opponent, and with stab as well, like, that, like, it was just not OHKOing anything. But I will admit, like, the animations of it are pretty cute. And I will say, I love the fact that it is speedy. Like, it may not be a good, powerful attacker, but it can at the very least... be, like, cute and useful. So... I would probably say in the high B tier. High B tier. Okay, next up. Okay, next up is Floatzel. Alright, Floatzel, slash Furozeru is still known as the Sea Weasel Pokemon, retains its pure water typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Floatzel is an orange Pokemon resembling an anthropomorphic otter or weasel with longer arms than legs. It has 4 fingers on each hand and 3 toes on each foot. Its feet are small in comparison to the rest of the body. It has 2 pointed blue fins on its arms, 2 aligned backward swept pointed fins on its head, and 2 tails, which can spin like a propeller in a similar way to its pre-evolutions. It has cream colorations on its forehead, eyelids, muzzle, belly, and the tips of its forelimbs and tails. It also has 1 cream, slightly protruding oval-shaped spot on its back if it is female, and 2 of these spots if it is male. There's an orange teardrop shape near the bottom of its belly, and a pattern of 2 black triangles on the edges of its muzzle. It has small, sharp canine teeth, the top 2 of which can be seen when its mouth is closed. Floatzel has a yellow flotation sac, which seems to behave similar to rubber. The flotation sac goes in a kind of ring behind its head, down in front of its arms, and then back behind its rear above the tails. Floatzel's sac developed as a result of chasing prey in the water. To help it dive, Floatzel can deflate its flotation sac and then inflate it once again when it wishes to surface. Floatzel's sac allows it to not drown, even in stormy seas. Along with hunting for food, Floatzel can use its swimming capabilities to assist in the rescues of drowning people by carrying them like a raft. It is often seen near fishing hamlets. And in terms of these stats... Alright, so speed carries on as its highest at 115, with physical attack at 105, special attack at 85 along with HP, physical defense at 55, and special defense at 50. So I have been using Floatzel, and honestly it is a lot better than Buizel, I will give you that. I also feel like it just looks so smug for some reason. I always get the idea of a smug picture from this thing, you know? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's very smug to me. But yeah, it is definitely a physical attacker. If you just get I feel like if you get Aqua Jet on this thing, like, you're pretty much set. But still, I also like how speedy it is as well. It's like, man, you really are just living up to your inspiration, huh? Honestly, I would probably put this in the high B tier as well. I mean, because I feel like, to me, it's like there's a bunch of... I feel like there's other good, like, water types for me. But honestly, the Floatzel is pretty nice, so... Alrighty, next up. Alrighty, 20 more Pokemon to go. Oh, and it's the bane of my existence. We'll get to tell stories about this. Cherubi. Alrighty, Cherubi slash Cherimbo is known as the Cherry Pokemon. It is a pure grass type that can evolve into Cherrim at level 25 with Chlorophyll as an ability, as just an ability. And the biology is as follows. Cherubi is a small cherry-like Pokemon with a round, deep pink body with 2 stubby feet. The body becomes redder when bathed in sunlight, which signals that it has stockpiled a lot of nutrients. It has beady eyes and a purple-red stripe running down part of its face. Cherubi has a short stem with 2 big green leaves and a second, much smaller head growing out of it. This second head is vestigial in terms of function, but it contains nutrients that contribute to Cherubi's growth as its initial source of food. The second head is apparently edible and has a sweet taste, and several Pokemon such as Starly have been seen trying to pluck it off. When the second head begins to bloom and wilt, it means Cherubi is close to evolving. The second head detaches after Cherubi evolves, which become food for other creatures. Cherubi is attracted to honey. And in terms of these stats, so special attack is its highest at 62, with special defense at 53, HP and physical defense both at 45, and physical attack and speed at 35. So keeping up with the trend of grass types. Oh my god, I remember the days of Legends Arceus, and how much of a pain in the ass this thing was to get. Oh my god, the bane of my existence. Like, it was funny, don't get me wrong, to be documenting the gradual descent of my sanity trying to find this thing in Hearthome Forest, or Hearthome Woods, whatever the hell that place is called. But I will say, I think it is a pretty cute Pokemon. And it is very much like a cherry. Which is very interesting considering the evolution as I just put together in my head. I guess, like, the thing is, where would I put this? Honestly, I'm thinking lower B tier. If only because we gotta keep up with the whole, like, this is the bane of my existence thing. Alrighty. Next up. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't give me the, because obviously it's Cherim. Let me see if I can find, here it is. Why the hell? Alrighty, so technically it has, like, 2 forms. Because, yeah, this is the regular form, but that's the regular form, but this is the form that it takes when it's under sunny weather. But for some reason it didn't separate. Anyway, so Cherim, which is the same in Japanese, although to be fair, it's supposed to be Cherimu. It's known as the Blossom Pokemon, with the ability Flower Gift, retaining its pure grass typing, and the biology is as follows. Cherim is a small Pokemon with 2 different forms, both of which are dependent on the weather. During normal weather conditions, Cherim is in its overcast form. 2 purple petals enclose its deep pink body. A short purple stem and a green leafy sepal sprout from the top of the... What? A short purple stem and a green leafy sepal sprout from the top of the petals. Its eyes appear to be near its short legs in this form. Cherim wakes quietly as a bud for a ray of sunlight. When it is hit with strong sunlight, it blooms and absorbs the rays with its entire body. It quickly changes from quiet to excitable and active. It will attempt to make up for everything it was forced to endure as a bud while the sunlight lasts. Once the light is gone, Cherim folds back into a bud. Bug Pokemon are often seen gathering around Cherim due to being drawn in by the scent released from its petals. Cherim is the only known Pokemon that can have Flower Gift as an ability. And in terms of the sunshine form as it's called, excuse me. When there is strong sunlight, Cherim changes into its sunshine form. Pink petals similar to cherry blossoms surround its head and cover its chest. Several of the petals radiate outward from a yellow sphere on the back of its head. There is a small triangular patch of green on its neck. Additionally, 2 berry-like orbs resembling cherry-shaped hair ornaments adorn its head. It has stubby limbs, with the arms being pink and the legs being yellow. And in terms of the stats... That's interesting. It has 2 stat blocks, but one of them... But the thing is that the first stat block is for all the games except for Arceus, and then the second one, for some reason, just has different stats. It's from Legends Arceus. And I'm like, why? I'm only going to go over the first stat block, though, because I don't know... Because I don't have enough experience with Cherim in terms of Legends Arceus. So... Oh, jeez. Alright, so the stats are... So special attack is its highest stat at 87, with speed at 85, special defense at 78, HP and physical defense at 70, and physical attack at 60. So a little well-rounded, a little rounded in all, which is good. I will say though, I do really like the sunshine form. Like, like, the fact that it's, like, it is interesting, right? The fact that its pre-evolution is called Cherubi, which resembles a cherry. And then you have Cherim, where the sunshine form resembles cherry blossoms. It's like, okay. And I do like this form. Like, it's very, like, it's so deliciously, not deliciously, it's so aesthetically pleasing. You know? The pinkish red and the yellow. Just, it's so nice. It's like rose gold all over again. I just wish that, like, I just wish that You're gonna just see this form whenever you want instead of like having the weights to move. I mean, I will say that it is pretty good. And all of that. I mean, I will say that, I mean, thankfully the stats don't change when it comes to, the changing of the forms. So, yeah. Sorry, the tiredness is really starting to set in. But, where would I put this, I guess? I'll probably put it in, upper B tier. Because, again, I do like the sunshine form. I just wish it wasn't dependent on, like, the weather and all that. Especially because, like, when you look at the idle animation for sunshine form Cherrim, it just bounces around so excitedly, you know? Oh my god, I'm trying my best here. Oh boy, okay. Next up, we got 2 more forms. Alrighty, so next up we have Shellos. Oh, that's cool. It's giving me both of the forms. Alrighty, so Shellos, or slash Karanakushi, is known as the Sea Slug Pokemon. It is a pure water type that can evolve into Gastrodon at level 30. It can have either Sticky Hold or Storm Drain as regular abilities, with Sand Force as a hidden ability. And there are 2 different forms, as you can see. We have the West Sea Shellos, which is the one you see on the left, and the East Sea Shellos, which is the one on the right. And these represent the 2 sides of Sinnoh's Mount Coronet. And the biology is as follows. Shellos is a sea slug-like Pokemon whose appearance changes depending on which part of the sea it is found in. Both forms have amorphous slug-like bodies, black oval-shaped eyes with yellow outlines, minuscule dot-shaped noses, and wide yellow lips. Like real-world sea slugs, they have mantles covering the top halves of their bodies. These mantles are outlined in yellow, similar to their eyes. Unlike real sea slugs, however, they have bulbous heads and 4 small feet rather than 1 large foot. The West Sea form's underside is yellow. Oh my god, I'm so tired. The West Sea form's underside is white and its mantle is pink, with several small spike-like protrusions on its back. On its head is a ring of pink, fleshy knobs resembling the gills of a nudibranch. West Sea Shellos' appearance is theorized to have been influenced by warm ocean waters. The East Sea form, meanwhile, sports a green underside and a turquoise mantle. 2 yellow-lined, flap-like protrusions resembling serrata are present along its back. On its head are 2 white-tipped tentacles resembling rhinophores that extend away from its face. East Sea Shellos' appearance is theorized to have been influenced by cold ocean waters. Shellos lives along seashores. Its color becomes more vibrant the better quality of the waters it lives in. It is also believed that Shellos' diet, which consists of plankton, also influences its forms, though this is yet to be proven. The physical differences between both forms appear largely cosmetic. No significant changes in capabilities have been observed. While it can travel onto land, it can only stay on the shore for a limited time before its skin dries out. When Shellos' squishy body is pressed or squeezed, or when Shellos senses imminent danger, a mysterious purple fluid, theorized to be a kind of stress-induced greasy sweat, will ooze out of its body. This fluid is its defense mechanism against enemies. Although harmless, it is very sticky and hard to wash off. Shellos has a friendly disposition and is said to have great regenerative capabilities. In the anime, West Sea Shellos can extend their necks to incredible lengths. It is unknown if the East Sea Shellos can do this as well. Oh my god. This species once had a shell on its back long ago and is considered a close relative to Pokemon such as Shellder. The Nurse Joy featured in, I guess, an anime episode, revealed Mount Coronet's formation led to an allopatric speciation event in which the original population of Shellos was separated into two. As a result, Shellos' color and other physical aspects begin to vary due to environmental differences and population isolation over time. The two forms are still able to interbreed. The child normally takes the mother's form, but takes the father's if bred with a Ditto. Recently, East Sea Shellos' population has been declining, while West Sea Shellos has become more abundant than before. Oh my god, I'm falling asleep here. And as for the stats, alright, so HP is its highest stat at 76, with special defense at 62, special attack at 57, both physical attack and physical defense at 48, and speed at 34. So yeah, Shellos, huh? I will say, I do like the East Sea Shellos a lot better than the West. Which I know to some people is like, what? Wait, this is East Sea Shellos, right? I'm so out of it. Yeah. I think it's just because, like, the East Sea one is a lot more pleasing to the eye than the West Sea. But yeah, it is just like, well... But yeah, it's just, I will say, Shellos, like, I think by itself is not good, but the knowing what it can evolve into, it's like, oh, okay. Oh my god. I would probably put Shellos in the lower B tier. Because, even though I do like the East Sea form, I don't know, I will say, like, the Shellos by themselves are not super great. Again, as someone who's also caught Shellos to raise it into a Gastrodon. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna get the other Pokemon up on screen, but I think before I get into everything, I'm gonna just fucking get up so I can walk around and wake myself up. Cause y'all, I'm fucking feeling it. Hard to get these two up. Alright, let me get up real quick. Okay, I'm gonna try and do some weird stuff to see if that'll make me wake up a little bit more. So, yeah, we're gonna do this for a little bit. Alrighty, so Gastrodon. Alrighty, so Gastrodon slash Toritodon is a dual water ground type that can have, but their abilities remain the same. And the biology is as follows. Gastrodon is a sea slug-like Pokemon. Much like its pre-evolved form, it has a slug-like body with a round head and a mantle covering the top half of its body. It has 6 stubby legs and 2 black eyes with white pupils, with a mark imitating a third eye appearing on its forehead. A yellow stripe runs along the edge of its mantle through its 2 lower eyes and around the back of its head. Like Shellos, Gastrodon has 2 forms based on the sea it lives in. In its West Sea form, it has a pair of large tentacles on its head that curve upward and a smaller, straighter pair on its neck. Its underside is pink, while its mantle is brown, with 3 pink spots on each side of its back. There are also 2 lumps on its back, resembling the serrata on real-life sea slugs. In the East Sea form, as soon as I can get down to it, it retains the head tentacles it had as a Shellos, which are now fully green and angled slightly further upward. Its underside is turquoise, while its mantle is forest green with 2 turquoise spots on each side. It has a pair of yellow fin-like serrata on its back and a wavy yellow line bordering its side and rear. Gastrodon and its pre-evolution Shellos are examples of allopatric speciation, although the 2 forms can still breed with each other. It is also a relative of Shelder and Cloyster. When threatened, it oozes a purple liquid and flees. While not poisonous, the fluid is very bitter and sticky. Its mucus-coated body is soft and squishy, yet surprisingly resilient, and it leaves behind a trail of sticky slime when moving on land. It also has strong regenerative capabilities that allow it to recover from injuries or dismemberment within a few hours. In ancient times, it had a shell on its back, which gradually became a thin yet hard vestigial plate. Gastrodon lives in shallow tidal pools, beaches, and rocky shorelines. Its diet consists mainly of plankton, but it is occasionally known to move onto land to look for other foods, such as beach sand. When it finds prey, it melts it with mucus before eating them. While Gastrodon cannot stay out of water for too long due to its body being highly vulnerable to dehydration, it becomes more active during cloudy or rainy weather. It has been found on far-off mountains during times of constant rain. The 2 forms of Gastrodon are known to engage in heated conflict with one another. West Sea Gastrodon was much more numerous in the past than it is in the present. Conversely, Eastside Gastrodon's population has visibly increased in population as of late. And as for the stats, so HP is still its highest at 111 with special attack at 92, physical attack at 83, special defense at 82, physical defense at 68, and speed at 39. So I will say, Gastrodon is a good Pokemon. Very good. Ooh. But yeah, it is a very good Pokemon. And I do like and I still like the East Side variant better than the West Sea. And I think if I remember, yeah, so, and I will say this, I remember when we were discussing the Hoenn stuff regards to Mudkip, Marsh Stomp, and Swampert, how muddy water was they're the reason the muddy water exists to begin with. I associate that move with the Gastrodons more. But yeah, and I also really love, like, again, water ground typing is really good because it takes away, like, the electric type weakness that water types have. It just sucks that it does add a 4 times weakness to, you know, when it comes to grass. But it's also the fact that these things are tanky, too. Like, these things can take a hit. Honestly, I'm gonna put this up in, A tier. Yeah, I think it deserves it. Alright, I will say, we have less than 20 Pokemon left. Alright, next up is Ambipom. Whoops. Alrighty, Ambipom slash Etibosu is known as the long-tail Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that can that is the evolution of Apom. It can have either Technician or Pickup as regular abilities with Skill Link as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Ambipom is a purple simian Pokemon with 2 tails, each with a large rounded hand with 3 red-tipped fingers. The tails also have a cuff of a rounded frill on the wrists. The bases of Ambipom's tails also have a similar frill. It has round ears with red insides. Ambipom has an arrangement of split hair sticking out from the top of its head. These strands of hair are longer on a female. It has a purple triangular nose and wide eyes. Ambipom can leap from tree to tree with brilliant speed. To eat, it deftly shucks nuts with its 2 tails. As it has 2 hands on its tails, it rarely uses its arms. Ambipom can use their tails to communicate with other Ambipom. Ambipom works in large colonies in heavily wooded areas and makes rings by linking tails with another Ambipom, apparently in friendship. Ambipom has been seen giving rings even to humans sometimes. It also shows affection by using both of its tails to wrap and squeeze people. It lives along with its young Apom. It lives high in the treetops of tropical, temperate, and even boreal forests, using its tails for balance as it swings from branch to branch. In the Alola region, while searching for comfortable trees, Ambipom tends to get into territorial disputes with Pissimian, in which they win half the time. And in terms of the stats, so speed is surprisingly its highest stat at 115, with physical attack at 100, HP at 75, both physical defense and special defense at 66, and special attack at 60. Never have I ever used an Ambipom before. And it's yet another monkey. Honestly, I have nothing to say about this. Again, I've never used an Ambipom before. And it doesn't help that it's pure normal type, which of course just like, it's like, you're just, yeah, never make me want to play with it again, right? But yeah, honestly, I can't think of anything to say about it. Honestly, I'm thinking it's gonna be in C tier. Oh my god. I think everybody who's a fan of me is gonna be like, Irie, go to bed. Go to bed. Just go to bed. I did it again. Okay. Next up. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Is Drifloon. Alrighty, Drifloon, or Fuwante, is known as the balloon Pokemon. It is a dual ghost flying type that can evolve in the Drifblim at level 28. It can have either Aftermath or Unburden as regular abilities, and Flare Boost as a hidden ability. The biology for it is as follows. Drifloon is a Pokemon with a spherical purple body. It has 2 stringy arms that have yellow heart-shaped hands on the ends of them. At the base of its body is a frayed protrusion that resembles the tied end of a balloon. In the middle of its face is a yellow tape-like X mark, which contains its little mouth in the very center. Located on either side of the X are its small black eyes. A white mass of fluff that resembles a cloud sits on top of Drifloon's head. Drifloon's body is filled with air, as well as the lost spirits of people and Pokemon. Its body expands as it collects more souls. If it explodes, the souls unleash with a screaming sound. It is also rumored that Drifloon itself is reincarnated from deceased humans. Okay. This Pokemon is known as a signpost for wandering spirits due to its aimless drifting. Desiring company, Drifloon often seeks out children and grabs their hands. However, due to how light it is, it can be resisted easily and is often pulled around. This results in Drifloon running away from any children who are rough with it. Drifloon also dislikes heavy children. Wow, Drifloon the fat-phobic Pokemon, who knew? There are rumors that Drifloon steals children who hold onto it, guiding them to the afterlife. Despite this reputation, as seen in the anime episode Drifloon on the Wind, Drifloon can be friendly and helpful. In the movie The Rise of Darkrai, Drifloon's body puffs up when he gets angry or aggressive. Drifloon sightings are typically more common at night. It prefers to reside in damp, humid locations and can expand or shrink to express its feelings. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it has been observed holding plush toys while it sleeps. It is believed that Drifloon has mistaken the toys for children. And Drifloon and its evolved form Drifblim are the only known Pokemon that can have Flare Boost as an ability. Prior to Generation 5, this was also true for Unburden. And the stats for it are as follows. So HP is its highest stat at 90, with speed at 70, special attack at 60, physical attack at 50, special defense at 44, and defense and physical defense at 34. I do have a soft spot in my heart for Drifloon. You know, like there's something about it that is very like, I don't know, like you have the hearts here in terms of the hands, I guess we could call it, and then you have like the yellow tape marking the X. Like there's something very what is it? Like what does it remind me of? I guess in a way it's kind of reminds me of the emo culture, which I know is a weird thing to compare this with, but like, I mean, I'm not wrong, am I? Like, this is sort of like emo culture-esque. Like, emo-ish. I will say, though, I hate how weak it is. It's one of the worst things I hate about it. I'll put it in the high B tier, but it's gonna be a very middling B. High B, if that makes sense. Yeah. Alrighty, next up. Oh my gosh. Is Drifblim. Drifblim slash Fuwando is known as the Blimp Pokemon. Retains its dual ghost flying. It has a Drifloon, along with the same abilities. And the biology is as follows. Drifblim is a Pokemon that has a large spherical purple body with the lower quarter of its body being a lighter purple. The colors are separated by a repeated semicircle pattern all around its body. On the top of its head is a puffy white mass, which closely resembles a cloud. In the center of its body is a large yellow X mark, and on either side just above the X are its small red eyes. On the lower portions of its body are 4 long, thin arms that extend diagonally in 4 different directions. Its arms are tipped with yellow and have 3 short points each. The bottom of its body narrows into a short red extrusion that fans slightly outward. Drifblim's body contains souls, said to be burdened with regrets. These souls serve as fuel for Drifblim's gas. Drifblim is strong enough to lift Pokemon or people, but has no control over its flight. This causes it to drift with the wind and end up anywhere. It can, however, inflate and deflate itself with gas to control its altitude. It is rarely active during the day, but usually gathers in groups during the evenings. When noticed, the groups will suddenly vanish to unknown locations. Drifblim preys on Clamperl. There are rumors of Drifblim carrying people to the afterlife. As well, there have been songs or poems dedicated to Drifblim due to people admiring its transient melancholy aspect. And Drifblim and its pre-evolved form Drifloon are the only known Pokemon that can have Flare Boost as an ability. And prior to Generation 5, this was also true for Unburden. And as for the stats, so HP is still its highest stat at 150. With special attack at 90, speed at 80, along with physical attack, special defense at 54, and physical defense at 44. So I have used a Drifblim before. It's honestly pretty good. Like, these are meant to be tanky. They're not meant to, like, you know... I mean, they can hit hard. Again, as someone who's used these before. But yeah, these are meant to be tanks. They're not meant to be, like, you know... I don't know. But yeah, I also really do like... I still really like the design. And all that. And it can be really cute. Although I will say, I do like the whole bit of, like, how... Oh yeah, by the way, it still has souls inside of it, and it's just using them for fuel. Like, damn. Anybody else getting, like, mythological vibes from it? Where would I put this, honestly? I think, honestly, I'm honestly thinking of putting it in A. So... How do you spell Drifblim? There we go. Honestly, I would put it in A tier. I just think it's that good. And also my positive experiences with it have just, I don't know, I feel like they're really good. Anyway. There's that for that. Alrighty, next up. Oh boy, okay. Is Baneri. Sorry, I am currently trying to, like, keep myself awake here. Alright, Baneri / Mimiroru is known as the rabbit Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that can evolve into Lopunny when leveled up with high friendship. It can have either Runaway or Klutz as regular abilities, with Limber as a hidden ability. Is that down all the way? There we go. And the biology is as follows. Baniri is a small bipedal rabbit-like Pokemon with brown ears that can curl up. It has 2 types of fur covering its body. A light tan fleece that covers much of its lower body, feet, and the tips of its ears, and a smooth, chocolate-covered pelt on the upper half of its body. It has a small triangular pink nose, pink paw pads on the undersides of its feet, and small tan spots above its eyes. It has a small brown puff of a tail. Baniri almost always keeps one of its ears rolled up. Although Professor Laventon has hypothesized that this is done to protect its hearing, in actuality, Baniri rolls its ears so it can quickly unroll them and launch them as an attack. The attack is strong enough to hurt grown-ups and crush boulders and increases in power as Baniri trains to use it. Baniri can also use this technique to jump really high, by slamming its ears towards the ground. Baniri's arms and legs are weaker by comparison. If Baniri senses danger, it perks up both ears. Conversely, if Baniri rolls both of its ears in, it is a sign that it is unhealthy. On cold nights, Baniri sleeps with its head tucked into its fur. It lives in forests, though it can also be found on icy mountains. Prior to Generation 5, Baniri and its evolved form Lopunny were the only known Pokemon that could have Klutz as an ability. And the stats for this... As someone who's also owned Baniri, they are very quick. Like, speed is at 85, with physical attack at 66, special defense at 56, HP at 55, and both physical defense and special attack at 44. I will say, Baniri is a Pokemon that, like, so, it is interesting, because Baniri is a Pokemon that you need to have friendship with in order for it to evolve. And that's all fine and dandy. But the thing is that for some reason, trying to evolve this thing into Lopunny is a pain and a half. Because the value, right? The friendship values with Pokemon is that if you want it to be at the stage of evolution, it has to be at 200 points. Now, obviously, you can only get to 200 points by spending time with your Pokemon and doing a bunch of other stuff, right? The thing is, though, is that even when you try to catch a Pokemon, it does have, like, a base set of happiness values to it. Baniri, however, has, like basically, when you try to catch a Baniri, its friendship value is at 0. And I have no idea if that's on purpose, or if it was a glitch, or what. But yeah, regardless, like, it is the friendship-based evolution, along with the fact that Baniri comes with 0, that makes it really hard to train. I mean, I will say that I definitely think it's worth it, but I can also understand, like, why some people may be like, what the why would I want this? In terms of where I would rank this... Definitely not C tier or lower B tier. I think A tier. Because I do like rabbits, and I think Baniri is really freaking dickin' cute. Like, I love the cream fur and all that. You know, speaking of cream, that's what I usually name my Baniris, is Cream. Yeah, sorry, oh my god, I'm falling asleep at my desk right now. I mean, thankfully we are almost done already. It's just a matter of getting there. I'm so sorry, guys. I feel like I'm failing y'all because I'm struggling to stay awake. Alrighty, next up, we have our first Mega Evo. So here's Lopunny, and then Mega Lopunny. Alrighty, so Lopunny slash Mimilopu is still known as the rabbit Pokemon, is still a pure normal type. However, when it Mega Evolves, it gains the fighting type. So that's good. Regular Lopunny can have either Q-Charm or Klutz as regular abilities, with Limber as a hidden ability, and when it Mega Evolves, it gains the ability Scrappy. And the biology is as follows. Lopunny is a bipedal rabbit-like Pokemon with a dark brown fur and short round tail. It has pink eyes with black markings on the inner edge, long tufts of cream-colored fur above its eyes, and a small pink nose. Similar tufts of fluffy cream-colored fur cover its wrists, lower legs, and the ends of its long ears, which bend shortly above its head. Lopunny is very proud of these ears and never fails to groom them. If the ears are roughly handled, Lopunny will kick in retaliation. Lopunny's fur is warm and light, and Lopunny sheds it twice a year. Its winter coat is soft and fluffy and filled with plenty of insulating air. This fur can be used to make warm mufflers and hats. Lopunny is a timid Pokemon that constantly monitors its surroundings, and will cloak its body with its ears or spring away when it senses danger. Despite this, it is capable of unleashing super destructive kicks with its lithe legs. Lopunny's kicks are said to be similar to those of karate masters, which allows it to drive back foes with no issues. And prior to Generation 5, Lopunny and its pre-evolved form, Baniri, were the only known Pokemon that could have Klutz as an ability. And in terms of the Mega Evo, as Mega Lopunny, its personality drastically changes, becoming extremely aggressive with wild fighting instincts. In order to become more capable of fighting, it sheds the fur on its neck, upper torso, fingers, and legs, forming black patterns on the legs that resemble ripped pantyhose. The tufts of fur above its eyes combine to form a single butterfly-shaped crest. The cream fur on its wrists and ankles becomes more round instead of fluffy. Its ear fur now only covers 2 segments of each ear in fluffy bands. When Mega Evolved, a full power whip swing from its ears can crumple steel plates. And in terms of these stats, so regular Lopunny has 105 speed, 96 special defense, 84 physical defense, 76 physical attack, 65 HP, and 54 special attack. However, with Mega Lopunny, it's both its speed and physical attack, raise up to 135 and 136 respectively, with physical defense going up to 94, and that's about it. So yeah, physical attack and speed just go tremendously up. I will say, I do really like Lopunny's design. Like, I find it really cute. Like, I will say, I do kind of understand where people are coming from with the, with the sexy aspect of it, because it does... I mean, again, if you know anything about Playboy, it's like, this is a Playboy bunny. I mean, you also look at these fucking thighs and, like, oh my god. Like, I get it. You know, but then of course you have Megalopony, where it's like, I don't know why the hell it reminds me of like this is like one of those provocatively dressed like yoga instructors that you would see at the gym. That also sounds very bad. But honestly, I still really like it. I find it really cute. Honestly, and again, like the fact that it gains the fact that it gains like the fighting type upon Mega Evo. I mean, it definitely gets rid of normal type's only weakness, and it does give something to it. I just, but unfortunately, I think it does make it like weak to flying and psychic types. Maybe fairy as well. But who knows? But in terms of where I would rank this, honestly, I'm thinking S tier. I honestly think S tier would be great because I really do like Lopunny's design, and it's like, I honestly do think that like all the fucking about that you would have to do with the Baneri is worth it. Alright, I gotta get my Pokemons up in a little bit. Oh, I mean, thank God we're almost done. Because, y'all, I'm so sorry, I'm so sleepy. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. I just feel like I'm, like... I just feel like I feel like I'm disappointing y'all because it's like, like, you should be awake. You should be, like, fully awake for this. And it's like, man, I'm trying. It's hard. It is hard. I mean, thankfully, we are almost done with this. Like, I think we just have, like, 11 more before we're done for the night. So, yeah, we just gotta keep pressing on. Alrighty, so next up is Mismagius. Alrighty, so Mismagius slash, Mumagi is known as the magical Pokemon. It is a pure ghost type that evolves from Misdrevius when exposed to a Dusk Stone. It has Levitate as an ability, and the biology is as follows. Mismagius, is a purple ghost-like Pokemon. It has a round head with elaborate tufts resembling a witch's hat atop it. The tips of the tufts are paler than most of the body. It has a thin, red mouth that resembles the letter W. Below its head, Mismagius has a short thorax-like lump from which its body connects. 3 elliptical red spheres surround the upper portion of Mismagius's body. There are extensions on the sides of its lower body, with the foremost ones tattered compared to rear ones. This gives Mismagius the appearance of wearing some kind of cloak. Mismagius usually shows up without warning to cause havoc on unsuspecting humans or Pokemon. If it is powerful, Mismagius can use advanced incantations for various purposes, such as causing misery or happiness. Due to this, people often seek to capture Mismagius as if their life depends on it, solely to make someone fall in love with them. There is a custom on inviting Mismagius to one's home, usually to ward off misfortune with its spells. However, this can also lead to disaster should Mismagius ever be provoked. People that hear its cries will usually receive headaches and hallucinations. As shown in the anime episode Malice in Wonderland, Mismagius can put its victims to sleep and cause them to enter a strange dream world without their noticing. If Mismagius falls asleep or is knocked out, the victim will wake up. It can sometimes be found roaming around lakes and mountainsides at night. And the stats for this are as follows. Oh wow, pretty rounded. Special attack, special defense, and speed are all at 105, with HP, physical attack, and physical defense all at 60. So yeah, pretty cleanly cut in half, huh? I do like Miss Magius's design. I think it's neat. I think it's cool. I also had a Miss Magius as well. And I do like how much of a... I do like that this does very much resemble a witch and all that. I just think it's a neat Pokemon. I am going to put it in the A tier. Because I like it. I like it. Alrighty. 10 more Pokemon to go. Alright, next up is Honchkrow. Alrighty. Honchkrow slash Donkorasu is known as the Big Boss Pokemon. It is a dual dark flying type that evolves from Murkrow when exposed to a Duskstone. It can have either Insomnia or Super Luck as regular abilities, with Moxie as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Honchkrow is a dark blue avian Pokemon with plumage resembling a person dressed in formal attire, one that most resembles a mob boss. Not me thinking of Mafia again. It has a large feather crest resembling a fedora hat that has spikes extending from the back. It has circular red eyes with white sclera and dark blue eyelids. Its yellow beak is slightly curved, and its head is supported by a broad, short neck. Honchkrow has a white and prominent crest of feathers on its chest that bears resemblance to a beard or cravat. Its wings have red feathers on the inside. Honchkrow has black feet with 4 toes. The Fails beast is a white cylindrical stalk on which there is a growth of red feathers at the end. Honchkrow is known to be ruthless. With a mere cry, it can summon and organize a murder of more than 100 Murkrow to collect food for it. Honchkrow also summons Murkrow to fight on its behalf, letting them do most of the fighting before it deals the finishing blow. The flocks of summoned Murkrow often plunge the sky into pitch black darkness, giving Honchkrow the moniker Summoner of Night. Honchkrow will never forgive any failure or betrayal of the Murkrow that follow it, and it will hunt and punish any member of its flock that does so. Honchkrow is more active at night and normally spends the daytime hours tending to its feathers in solitude. It is a scavenger hunt that lives in swamps. I'm so sorry. It is a scavenger that lives in swamps, forests, human towns and cities, and plains. I'm gonna get up real quick just to walk around again. I need to wake up. Alright, let's get this shit just finished. Alrighty. Stats. Alright, so highest stat is its physical attack stat at 125, with special attack at 105, HP at 100, speed at 71, and both physical defense and special defense at 52. Now, I will say, I do like Honchkro's design. Like, it's very Mafia-esque. You know? And those stats are actually pretty good. I mean, going from Murkrow to this thing is very interesting. I would like the chance to try a Honchkrow one day. That would be great. Maybe at some point I'll get to. If I could just, maybe if I could just dig up enough, Dusk Stones and Brilliant Diamond. I don't, actually, can I get a Murkrow in, Ultramoon? Maybe. I would have to check. Honestly, I think I would put this up in, I'll put this in the high B tier, if only because, again, I don't know how good this thing could be, you know? Anyway. Alrighty. Next up is Glameow. Alrighty, Glameow, or slash Nyaruma, is known as the Catty Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that evolves in Perugly at level 38. It can have either Limber, or Own Tempo as a regular ability, or with Keen Eye as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Glameow is a gray feline Pokemon with a slender physique. It has a crescent-shaped head with 2 white-tipped ears. It also has a white muzzle, a small black nose, pink eyelids, yellow eyes with blue irises, and 2 rows of thin whiskers. Its neck has a ruff-like fringe, and its legs have similar fringes. Its feet are tipped with white and have pink paw pads on the underside. It has a long, curled, spring-shaped tail and a white fluff at the tip of it. Glameow has sharp claws and a powerful helical tail, and its eyes are capable of using hypnotic powers. It tends to be spiteful, fickle, and even cowardly, having a tendency to hook its claws into the nose of its trainer if it's not fed. When it's happy and purring with affection, it demonstrates movements with its tail like a dancing ribbon. As it has a domesticated quality, it tends to appear in urban areas. Glameow is rather popular amongst trainers due to its fickle nature. Glameow is also known to be a very cunning opponent to face in battle, which occurs only if it was provoked. Because of its craven nature, Glameow has a high chance of fleeing trainers when encountered in the wild. And in terms of these stats, so speed is its highest at 85, with physical attack at 55, HP at 49, physical defense and special attack both at 42, and special defense at 37. So it's pretty much a cat. I mean, to be fair, even you would probably see a cat that looks like pretty similar to this in real life. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I have seen cats like this in real life. But yeah, other than that, I will say I also think these things are rather annoying as well. Because, like, I feel like they always crop up. And not only that, like, I feel like they're also the Pokemon that are known to just have, like, incredible luck with moves where it's, like, they're multi-hit moves where it's, like, like, Fury Swipes and Double Slap. It's like, sure, just hit me 4 or 5 times. I only get to hit you once or twice. That's fair. I'm gonna say lower B. I mean, this is only because I do like cats. I mean, again, I have one myself who's a brat. And she's probably, like, wondering what the fuck I'm doing. Because it's like, Mom, why are you falling asleep at your chair again? And it's like, I don't know. Oh. Alright, next up. Man, my music was just interrupted. Alrighty, next up. Purugly. Alrighty, so Purugly slash Bunyato is known as the Tiger Cat Pokemon. Retains its normal typing from before, however it can have Thick Fat or Own Tempo as a regular ability, with Defiant as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Purugly is a rotund gray and white feline Pokemon with a crescent-shaped head. Its ears are pointed and tipped purple. It has whiskers with a zigzag-like pattern at the end of them. The frilly portion of its spiraling tail is forked, but it usually keeps it clasped around its waist, which makes it appear less fat. Despite appearing very sluggish, Purugly will not be reluctant to attack if angered and can be quite fast. Purugly attempts to make itself look larger and more intimidating by cinching its waist with its forked tail. It barges into the nests of other Pokemon and frightens them off so Purugly can claim the nest as its own. It does this by glaring with its eyes ceaselessly. It can be found in both urban areas and heavily wooded forests. Despite its disrespectful and scary nature, Purugly is rather popular. The reason is due to its beautiful fur, more comfortable than even velveteen. And the stats... So this fat sumbitch is pretty quick, with 112 speed. Physical attack is at 82, HP is at 71, physical defense and special attack are both at 64, and special defense is at 59. I don't like this thing. I find it so, like... What's the word? Like, I find it so off-putting. And... those are not what I want my cats to look like. I mean, considering that we're going from, like, Skitty and Delcatty to Glammeow and Purugly, it's like, ugh. Honestly, I think I would put this in the C tier. I just don't like it. I really don't. I'm gonna probably I'm probably gonna have to start picking things up here, because, like, bro, y'all, I'm so tired. Alright, Chingling. Oh, fuck, I forgot to get the picture. I'm so out of it. Chingling! Alright, Chingling slash Rishan is known as the Bell Pokemon. It is a pure Psych type that evolves into Chimecho when leveled up with High Friendship during the night. It has Levitate as an ability, and the biology is as follows. Chingling is a yellow spherical Pokemon similar to a Jingle Bell. It has stubby arms and legs, as well as beady black eyes. There are circular openings on both sides of its mouth. Inside its mouth is a red orb, which creates a ringing sound as the Pokemon moves. Additionally, the orb can be vibrated to create high-frequency, long-lasting cries to deafen its opponents. The sounds produced can be too high for people to hear, yet powerful enough to give them headaches. Atop its body is a ring-like growth with a striped rope through the middle. The rope is red and white with Oh my god. The rope is red and white with short tassels on the ends. And as for the stats, special attack is its highest at 65, with both physical defense and special defense at 50, HP and speed at 45, and physical attack at 30. So I do like Chingling's design, like just the fact that it's a bell. It's the fact that it's a bell that I'm just like, ooh, this seems pretty nice. Don't like the friendship-based stuff, though. I don't even remember what the hell I, like, ranked Chimico on. But, I will say I don't think Chingling's very good in battle, which makes sense. I mean, it's a baby Pokemon. They're normally not good anyway. I think it's gonna go in the lower B tier. Yeah, that feels right. Alrighty, next up. Is Stunky. Alrighty, Stunky slash Sukampu is known as the skunk Pokemon. It is a dual poison dark type that evolves into Skuntank at level 34. It can have either Stench or Aftermath as regular abilities, and Keen Eye is a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Stunky is a small skunk-like Pokemon with dark purple fur. Its face is large and rounded, with a narrow orange nose, orange-rimmed eyes, and 2 pairs of somewhat V-shaped cream-colored whiskers on the sides of its face. It has 2 pointed ears that appear orange on the inside. A stripe of cream-colored fur runs along its back from the neck to the tail, with a small tuft protruding from the base of the neck. Its tail is raised high and ends with spiked hair pointed behind it. It has a cream-colored underbelly and 4 short legs that end in paws with 3 small white claws. Stunky can spray a foul-smelling liquid from its rear in order to drive attackers away, which is able to reach up to 16 feet / 5 meters away. It prefers to aim for its target's face. The stench can be smelled from over a mile or 2 kilometers away, and will linger for around 24 hours. The stench can cause memory loss. What? And then for the stats... Alright, so speed is its highest at 74, with HP and physical attack at 63, physical defense at 47, and both special attack and special defense at 41. So I have used a Skuntank before. Those are, you know, and that one was actually really freaking good. It's like, whoa. I didn't think you had it in you. And I've been really messing out. Where would I rank this? Probably upper B. Yeah. Sorry for going through this rapid pace. Like, I am trying my best not to fall asleep here. Alrighty. Next one. Skuntank. Alright, Skuntank, slash Sukatanku is still known as the skunk Pokemon, keeping its dual typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Skuntank is a medium-sized mammalian Pokemon that resembles a skunk with a cat-like face. It has purple spiky fur with several tan stripes. The whiskers present on its pre-evolution have since vanished or have been replaced by furry purple tufts on the sides of Skuntank's face. Its legs are tan, and the tan coloration of its underside now forms a spiky pattern. Its nose is larger than its pre-evolution. Its massive tail, which has a cream-colored spine, sits on top of its back and head. Skuntank is known for its noxious fluid, which smells dreadful. It can spray this fluid over 160 feet, or 50 meters, and the longer it allows the liquid to ferment within its belly, the more powerful the smell. Unlike its pre-evolution in real-life skunks, which spray fluids from their rears, Skuntank sprays its fluid from its tail tip, which it can open. The stench of Skuntank's fluid varies depending on its diet. Skuntank prefers to nest in large, prickly bushes and heavily wooded areas, then digs holes in the ground to make its nest. While Skuntank can use its poisonous fluids to take down prey, ironically, it cannot handle the smell of its own stench, abandoning potential defeated meals as a result. That's actually funny. And in terms of the stats, HP continues to be HP is its highest at 103, physical attack at 93, speed at 84, special attack at 61, physical defense at 67, and special defense at 61. I have used a Skuntank before. I think they're actually really nice. And honestly, using Jupiter, which is what I named my Skuntank, really kind of helped change my mind a lot on, like, not only Skuntank, but also, like, just the entire poison type Pokemon in general. Because I'm like, what do you mean that this is what do you mean, like, this is actually pretty good for defensive measures? Not to mention, Skuntank can also learn a bunch of moves that, like, you normally wouldn't think it should learn, but it can. And it will. Honestly, I would put this in the, A tier. Man, we're doing really well in terms of, like, everything. Alrighty, we're almost done. I'm trying my best to get through this. It's hard. Alright, next up is Bronzor. Alright, Bronzor / Domira is known as the Bronze Pokemon. It is a dual Steel Psychic type that can evolve into Bronzong at level 33. It can have either Levitate or Heat Proof as regular abilities, with Heavy Metal as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Bronzor is a flat, circular blue-green Pokemon. 6 dark blue spheres bulge from its rim. It has 2 round yellow eyes and a large nose-like sphere surrounded by 4 small circles in its center. A crest resembling an herb or branch is on its back. Bronzor's crest is said to possess a mysterious power and is held sacred. It was first seen in ancient tombs and time-worn places. Objects resembling this Pokemon have also been found in tombs. Scientists believe Bronzor used to be reflective and have unsuccessfully tried performing X-rays on its body. The pattern of Bronzor and Galar cannot be found in any of its cultures, and the reason is unknown. There is lore on how polishing Bronzor will make its surface reflect the truth. However, it hates being polished. Bronzor uses unknown energy to help it float around. It typically lives in mountainous paths. Prior to Generation 8, Bronzor and its evolved form, Bronzong, were the only known Pokemon that could have Heat Proof as an ability. And in terms of these stats, we have physical defense and special defense both at 86 with HP at 57, physical attack and special attack both at 24, and speed at 23. So these sons of bitches are not known to be fast, or pretty much anything. I did catch a Bronzor in Brilliant Diamond, but I've yet to try it. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, fuck, what if I need to get it to, like, you know, maybe I need to, like, I need to, like, train it. I mean, technically I have been doing that, it's just been a while. Where would I put this? Probably lower B tier. Oh, God. Alright. Fuck my life. Bro, I don't need this. Alright, next up is Bronzong. Alright, Bronzong slash Doltakon. Yeah, Doltakon is known as the Bronze Bell Pokemon, retaining its Steel Psychic typing and its abilities as well, and the biology is as follows. Bronzong is a large Pokemon resembling a blue-green bell with two arms coming out of its sides. It has a hollow body and a yolk attached at the top. Its face can be best described as being a totem pole design. Bronzong has two round red eyes with blue-green irises and a rectangular mouth with one visible row of square teeth. It also has several darker rectangular markings on its body. When angered, Bronzong lets out a warning cry that rings out like the tolling of a bell. It can summon rain clouds, which earned it the nickname Bringer of Plentiful Harvests, and led to some referring to it as a deity since ancient times. Bronzong's cry is also believed to have the power to open a hole leading to other worlds. Many scientists believe the Bronzong found in Galar originated from a different region after researching the patterns on its body. Some Bronzong can sleep up to 2,000 years, with one such case leading to quite the media story when one was discovered at a construction site. Bronzong typically lives in ruins and mountain ranges. Prior to Generation A, Bronzong and its pre-evolved form Bronzor were the only known Pokemon that could have Heat-Proof as an ability. And in terms of these stats, physical defense stat and special defense stat are both at 116, with physical attack at 89, special attack at 79, HP at 67, and speed at a measly 33. Which makes sense. I will say, never have I ever used a Bronzong before, nor a Bronzor. So I don't really know if this is good or if this is bad, it just depends. But admittedly, there's a part of me that's like, okay, we're just gonna keep it with Bronzor, I guess. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so falling asleep right now. Alrighty. Just 3 more, Irie. Just 3 more. Alright. Next up. Bonsly! Alright, Bonsly slash Usohachi is known as the bonsai Pokemon. It is a pure rock type that can evolve into Sudowoodo when leveled up while knowing Mimic. That can it can have either Sturdy or Rockhead as regular abilities and Rattled as a hidden ability. I need to change the music over. Or it can just completely ignore me, that's fine too. Music, please. Alrighty, and the biology for Bonsly is as follows. Bonsly is a round brown Pokemon with the top of its head resembling a club. A rim goes around the middle of its body. There are 3 yellow spots on its face, 2 of which surround its eyes, which are small black dots. It has short legs and toeless feet. Bonsly also has a hole on its rear similar to the draining hole of a flower pot. It is often mistaken for a grass type, but its body is biologically closer to stone. Bonsai is a good mimic, making it often mistaken for a real bonsai tree, though it can easily stand out in a dry environment that lacks greenery. As its green spheres dry out, their dull luster increases. It can remain in the same spot for a long time. It also has a habit of crying, not because it is sad or needing attention, but rather it is due to excess moisture in its body. As it cries, it expels both sweat and tears from its eyes. Bonsai's sweat tastes a little salty, while the tears are slightly bitter. Who the fuck is eating the sweat and tears of this thing? Like, drinking them. It dies if it gets too damp with this moisture. This habit also gets enemies to let their guards down. It prefers dry rock-strewn areas, but it is not uncommon to see one in a pattern. As suggested by Brock's Bonsly, a very young Bonsly needs to be bottle-fed but can eat solid food when it matures. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, people tend to think Bonsly is crying in its sleep, and that something is wrong. However, it is merely expelling water from its body to adjust its body's fluid levels. And as for the stats, so physical attack stat is at physical defense stat is at 95, with physical attack at 80, HP at 50, special defense at 45. However, special attack and speed are both at a measly 10. Now, I will say, I do have a soft spot for Bonsai, because I do think it's adorable, especially when it's crying. Although I will say, I didn't know it was trying to get rid of moisture. I thought it was just a crybaby. It's like, damn, me too. But hey, the Bonsai is stronger than I am, I guess. But yeah, I remember it. But yeah, I remember the one. I remember the Bonsai and the I actually remember the Bonsai in the Lucario the Mystery Mew movie. That one was a crybaby, I think. Just constantly crying. I mean, but hey, at least there was some reason. There were some situations where I would say, yeah, it's understandable to have tears. But other than that, oh my god. But yeah, I do think it's cute. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in here. In the upper B tier. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty. Next up is Mime Jr. Alrighty, Mime Jr. / Manene is known as the Mime Pokemon. It is a dual Psychic Fairy type. However, before Generation 6, it was just purely Psychic. It can evolve into Mr. Mime when leveled up on knowing Mimic. However... Oh wait, no, never mind. It can have either Soundproof or Filter as regular abilities, with Technician as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Mime Jr. is a small pink Pokemon with dark blue legs and a hat, which appears crooked and has a white ball on it. A red bump appears on its stomach and a typical red clown nose appears on its face. It has slender arms and small hands. Mime Jr. has a knack for imitating others, though is not very good at it. It can easily pick up the emotions of those around it and imitate them. It has been known to mimic its foes in order to create distractions. Once the foe is confused, it will quickly escape. In Galar, Mime Jr. tends to idolize and imitate its final evolved form, Mr. Rhyme, which are widely popular in the region for their talent in tap dancing. By practicing their dance steps, they eventually evolve into a Galarian Mr. Mime. It likes places where many people gather and has often been seen visiting marketplaces filled with people. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Mime Jr. can be found sleeping on a pantomime bed on rare occasions. Even when sleeping, Mime Jr. puts a lot of effort into mimicking its evolution, Mr. Mime. And prior to Generation 6 and Generation 8, Mime Jr. and its evolved form, Mr. Mime, were the only known Pokemon that could have Filter as an ability. And in terms of the stats, So special defense is its highest at 90, with special attack at 70, speed at 60, physical defense at 45, HP at 20, and physical attack at 25. I have been using Mr. Mime lately, just to help me get through stuff, and honestly, Mr. Mime's not that bad. I mean, something to remind yourself, though, is the fact that, like, these Pokemon are known to be support, like, Mr. Mime is known to be a support Pokemon. Like, I'm not expecting it to be super good at attack or anything like that, or even at speed. And that's the same thing with Mime Jr. Like, I think it can be cute. It is very aesthetically pleasing, but knowing that it can evolve into either into two creepy things, and you can't stop it, it's like, okay. Okay, I don't think I want anything to do with this. Where would I put this? I think, right here. Oops. Yeah, Mime Jr. belongs in the lower B tier. And then finally, last Pokemon of the night, because God help me. Is Happiny. Alright, so Happiny slash Pimpuku is known as the Playhouse Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that evolves into Chansey when leveled up while holding the Oval Stone during the day, which then evolves into Blissey when leveled up with High Friendship. It can have either Natural Cure or Serene Grace as regular abilities, with Friend Guard as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Happiny is a small Pokemon that is shaped like an egg. It has a soft, smooth, light pink body. On top of its head is a curly outgrowth that resembles a ponytail, with a dark pink band around the base. The appearance of this curly growth of hair often annoys Happiny. It has 3 round bumps on its forehead and 2 pink circles on its cheeks. There's a pouch around the lower half of its body. The pouch is red with a white stripe around the top. Happiny's pouch is rubbery and flexible, enabling the Happiny to put things into it with ease. As it cannot produce eggs yet, it makes up for it by carrying something round and white in its pouch to imitate Chansey and Blissey, typically an egg-shaped stone. Happiny happily treasures this stone. It may give the stone to people whom it likes. However, it can throw a tantrum and cry should the stone be taken from it or not returned to it. The object it decides to carry may be too large, stopping this Pokemon from moving. It has a habit of wandering around people's feet and causing them to stumble. Happiny enjoys playing with children, often playing a game of house with them. Happiny is shown to be extremely strong in the anime, as one has been seen lifting heavy things above its head. Happiny is a female-only species with no male counterpart. And Happiny is, in its evolved forms, the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Soft Boiled by leveling up. And in terms of the stats, these are not going to be good. So HP is its highest at 100, special defense at 65, speed at 30, special attack at 15, and physical attack and physical defense are both at 5. So this thing has a lot of HP. Not like babies at all. Can maybe defend itself against mind attacks, and all that. But it fucking sucks. It absolutely sucks. And I've never used a Chansey or a Blissey in my life. And this is coming from someone who, like, has raised her Blissey into... Not Blissey, her... Happiny into Blisseys. Like, maybe they... Like, here's the thing. Maybe they're good in terms of, like, support, right? Like... But other than that, I cannot see them being good in battle at all, which makes sense. They're babies. But I do like the color scheme. I think it's probably going to go in the lower B tier. cool. Oh my god, I cannot believe I finally made it. Alrighty, so let's have a quick recap here, as we just covered all of the first half of the Sinnoh decks. So, in the S tier, we have Empoleon, Luxray, and Lopunny. In the A tier, Turtwig, Grotle, Torterra, Piplup, Staravia, Staraptor, Shinx, Luxio, Roserade, Gastrodon, Drifblim, Baneri, Mismagius, and Skuntank. High B tier, Chimchar, Infernape, Primplup, Starly, Kricketune, Badoo, Cranidos, Rampardos, Shieldon, Vespiquen, Weasel, Floatzel, Cherim, Drifloon, Honchkrow, Stunky, and Bonsly. Lower B tier, Monferno, Bidoof, Bibarel, Kricketot, Bastiodon, Combee, Pachirisu, Cherubi, Shellos, Glameow, Chingling, Bronzor, Bronzong, Mime Jr., and Happiny. And in the C tier, Burmy, Wormadam, Mothim, Ambipom, and Purugly. So I will say, it's already looking a lot better than the Ho Index, where it's like we don't have where it's like we already have a lot, we already have more S tier Pokemon, a lot more A tier, maybe. And I feel like we're doing pretty good in like even the C tier doesn't have that many Pokemon that like, oh, we would not want to be associated with. And the B tiers are doing pretty good too. Alrighty. I think we did pretty well, all things considered. Good thing though too, because I was like, oh god, we have to load up another Pokemon list again. Okay. I do feel really bad. I'm so sorry for how sleepy I am. Like, I cannot, like, I seriously do not understand, like, how I'm so sleepy. I mean, I have reasons for it, but it's like, I feel so bad, though, because it's like, because I feel like some of y'all were expecting me to be more, like, involved in this. But, y'all, dude, I'm so out of it. Like, I honestly, like, I might have to go to bed early again tonight. But, oh man, I hope that, like, next time I won't be like this. I hope, anyway. Because that sucked. I don't want to be like this. Because it's not fair to you guys, and it's not fair that I can't give that my focus is wavering so much because, like, I'm so sneepy. I'm so eepy. But hey, at least we finally got one of these streams down to, like, a reasonable time. It's, like, only 5.5 hours. That's good. It's different. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. Alrighty, let me see. What's gonna be the second half of Sinnoh? 25th. Okay. Alright, so that's Memorial Day weekend, too. Alrighty, so Memorial Day weekend on the 25th of May, we'll be finishing off the Sinnoh decks. But yeah, we'll be finishing off the Sinnoh decks with the second half. And I'm excited because it's like, I did take a peek at some of the Pokemon there, and it's like, oh, we got some absolute favorites here. Like, I think that it's so funny how, like, the Sinnoh decks, like, I don't like Sinnoh as a region, but the Sinnoh decks probably has some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So. So yeah. But yeah, and that's obviously going to be at the regular time of 8 p.m. CST. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think so. Yeah, I guess this is where I can end now. And maybe give my computer some rest too. Alrighty. Well, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. I mean, I tried. I tried to be entertaining. I know I did. But, oh my god, I really hope I can get over what the hell is causing me to be so eepy. But, yeah. So, I guess the only thing left to say is, thank you all for joining. I hope to see you all next time. Until then, have a good night, a good couple weeks. I'm going to be celebrating my birthday soon, so, happy early birth to me. I'll be turning 28 in a week now. Stay safe because, God, I know there's a lot of stuff happening. Not just in America, but also all over the world as well. So please stay safe and look out for each other. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.